Good morning, good day everybody, and welcome to Turku, Finland for the Turku Open 2025. And we are visiting Luolavuori Disc Golf Course. We have the stag layout ready and prepared for the players to start their journey on the last episode of the Disc Golf Pro Tour Europe 2025. All the volunteers with Seppo Paju and other guys there on the course have made a spectacular job of getting this course ready. Now, welcome to the booth. My name is Esa-Pekka Tupala, and with me, Pasi Koivu. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you, Esa-Pekka. Excited to be here once again.
Well, it was quite a weekend in Nokia and Tampere. You were there, we saw several times there. And how was your Worlds? How did you enjoy the courses and the tournament?
To me, it was the best event where I've been, player or spectator. So only positive things.
The courses were great, and the volunteers there have made a spectacular job for the event. We don't have as many grandstands this weekend in Turku, but Seppo Paju and the crew have made their own specialties for the Luolavuori layout. I mean, the 5-day tournament, that's something else, right?
That is, yeah. Doesn't sound that much, but the courses are very long. And just to add one more course, one more round there, it can build up to some players, and you might feel a bit tired in the last rounds.
Now, what is the main thing to consider? Now we are moving back to a 3-day event. So, from my perspective, it feels like someone could just like pop off with a huge round on one of these 3 days. But if you have a 5-day tournament, it might be more difficult, and you just have to grind it out.
That's true, and in a five round tournament, you can play one round like average and not that good. But 3 rounds you have to play perfect from the beginning.
That is true. I'm so glad you're here in the booth with me for Turku Open. We also have a third guy doing the commentary this tournament. Andrew Gummibear Gum is with us once again, and he's currently in Turku on the course. Welcome to the show, Andrew. How are you doing after the Worlds? Have you recovered?
I'm doing great. It's really wonderful to be back here on the network with you guys. The Worlds was, an incredible experience, as Pasi said, the best event in history of disc golf. So naturally, there's some slight come down in the aftermath of that, but right back to work here and right back to a beautiful course in a really lovely city, Turku. So really happy to be here with you guys going through this for the final show of the Disc Golf Pro Tour season in Europe. It's been an amazing summer.
Great to hear and great to have you there on the course. Now, have you had any time to chat with our FPO players this morning? How are they feeling after the Worlds? Are they tired, or are they feeling their full strength this morning?
Everybody I talked to was pretty excited to get it going. I mean, we did have some slight showers in the morning that were unexpected, so there was some people were kind of scrambling for preparation as far as making sure they get the extra towels, the umbrella, all the things they need to deal with that. But it seems that that's going to pass away, move on, and so they'll be okay. Naturally, there is some pretty big shoes to fill. 2 of the best courses in the world, played for 5 days in front of the biggest crowd in history. So that takes a certain amount of energy, and then it takes it just makes a pretty yeah. This event's going to be awesome. It's going to be a ton of fun, and the players are very excited. That we have a really strong field. There's a lot of diverse players represented from different nations because of the World. So in that way, it's quite a bonus to have the World so close to this event here. A lot of players have been able to stay and continue to compete here in Finland, and so that's really exciting. And everybody is, I think, pretty stoked to continue to compete here in Europe.
That is some great insights from you, Andrew. Now, we have a very interesting second card on the FPO. We have Henna Blomroos, Ali Smith, Cynthia Glesberga, and Sumei Yang from Taiwan actually competing there. Have you had any chance to meet, for example, Miss Yang there on the course still, or is she somewhere to be found?
I haven't met her personally, but that's pretty exciting to have a player from Taipei there. And as I mentioned, we have many different countries represented, and even on these feature cards we have I think at least 5 different nations represented here. So you're going to get to see a lot of players that you might not be familiar with, and that's pretty exciting. But I'm sure I'll get a chance to catch up with her and meet her as this event moves forward.
And of course, then we have the first feature card, Silva Saarinen, Ida Lehtomäki, Keiti Tätte, Ida Milenesse. Lehtomäki made quite an appearance last weekend. How did you feel witnessing her journey in the Worlds last weekend, Andy?
That was phenomenal. I mean, that was such an incredible show. You know, at age 15, in front of a home country, competing at the highest level, that storyline transcended disc golf, you know, so far beyond anything we've seen before. You know, she pushed it to the end. She, you know, was in a playoff there for a world championship at that age. Unbelievable stuff. She had the whole crowd behind her. I'm sure everybody out there watching was really, you know, thrilled about that as well, to have such a young player and so charismatic and being able to handle the pressure and, you know, going through that in front of her home country and, you know, in front of close to 600,000 viewers on national live TV, you know, nearly 1.5 million across the world. So huge moment for disc golf, and to be at the epicenter of that moment at such a young age, you know, that's incredible stuff.
Thank you, Andy, and she has all the momentum with her. She's going to be pushing forward every single event coming, and even this weekend. Well, we're going to talk more about Ida, but one more question, Andy, for you. How is the weather looking? We are looking at kind of current conditions. You mentioned something about slight showers. How are you feeling the weather is looking for the whole weekend?
The forecast was looking really good. We had, you know, just some slight showers forecast for Sunday during the daytime, and it was supposed to be quite clear, around 21, 22 Celsius, you know, like upper 60s potentially for the weekend. So this was unexpected, you know, there's these slight showers, but it seems like they're passing by. The clouds aren't as heavy looking as they were. The course is really primed up. It's in tip-top shape, so you know, it's going to be able to handle any weather anyway. The grass is super lush. And Seppo Paju, the course designer, has done an incredible job of tweaking it. They've changed it, you know, every year, made little adjustments, and now it's better than ever, and it's going to be a great test of these players. I'm expecting the weather should be fine. I think the sun's going to come out, and it should, you know, it should clear away these clouds, and I think we're going to have 3 pretty spectacular days of disc golf. Emily Kokke and the crew have done a great job of organizing everything. You know, this is the home of Prodigy Disc Europe, Turku. It's a really lovely city. It's got a ton of great disc golf in the area, and it's nice to showcase this course to the world here in prime conditions.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you so much, Andrew. We are glad to have you there, and we're going to get back to you when the action starts on the course. So thank you for now, and we'll see you soon. Well, Pasi, we're going to take a look at the point standings for the tours. We have the Disc Golf Pro Tour Europe going on, and then we have, of course, the Disc Golf Pro Tour Worldwide standings going on. First, the Europe scores as they stand right now. Silva Saarinen leading the tour with 770 points. Behind her, we have Kristin Latt, who's currently visiting China for the World Games. Then we have Rachel Turton third. She's also at the World Games, and which is also the case for Anniken Christiansen Steen. So currently Silva Saarinen has a chance to stretch her lead several points over the others.
Absolutely. And one player who's missing from this list is Evelina Salonen, one of the best players in the world. But yeah, Silva has very good chance to gain much more points to these standings and get ahead from Kristin Latt even more.
Then for the world standings, we have a bit different situation going on. We have Holin Handley near the top there and actually leading the points with 200 points exactly over Kristin Latt. And Holin is not playing this weekend. Kristin Latt, also mentioned in China. Silva Saarinen has a chance to take 150 points with winning this event and taking the second spot on the course. And behind her we have Ella Hansen on Scoggins. Congratulations on for the First Open Division World Championship. But now, it's 10:40 a.m. local time in Turku, and we're going to see the second feature card tee-off on tee number 1. Once again, welcome to Disc Golf Network.
The first feature card of the day. First on the tee, representing Innova from Finland, Henna Blomroos.
Yeah, Henna.
Next on the tee, representing Infinite Discs from the United States, Ali Smith. Next on the tee, representing BM certification from Latvia, Cynthia Glesberga. And rounding up the first feature card from Chinese Taipei, Su Mei Yang. All the best. Champion.
And there they go. The second feature card is off. Starting their journey first time on the Stag layout in Luolavuori Disc Golf Park. Here are the scores as they stand right now in the opening of this round. We're going to take a short break on the network and we'll be right back.
Have you tried the Prodigy Pivot? It's a new putter, it's really straight and really glidey. It's great for putting and great for throwing. And you can shop them at prodigystore.eu with minus 30% now just for this weekend with code PAJU30.
Boom.
So go shopping.
Hey, aren't you Anthony Barella?
Yes, sir. Try out this Venom.
Thanks, man. Hey, hurry up, man. You're taking forever.
Sorry, man. No 30-second rule here. What about that 100% off player discount?
The number one reason I switched from bag to cart is pretty simple. It takes weight off of my back, easier to play a course.
I realized that the cart became something I really needed when little things would happen. I'd pick up my bag and my elbow would hurt.
Using a cart decreases the bending over, the weight on my lower back.
Decide to go with Suka, and seeing that my sciatic nerve is gone and I don't need to worry. Only one thing I have to worry about to get birdie because my Suka done it all for me.
The Turku Open, presented by Prodigy, is on the DGPT Euro Tour. Well, we have a free month provided to you by the Disc Golf Network with these codes on the screen. You can scan the QR code. Scan the QR code on your screen and it's valid through August 13th. And well, the Turku Open has officially been opened by our FPO players. excluding one last card. We have 4 players still waiting their turn, and it's going to be about 15 minutes before they tee off. Silva Saarinen, Ida Lehtomäki, Katie Tätte, Ida Emiliense. How do you feel about those players?
Exciting to see how they attack the course. Silva is playing very well. Ida, we saw how she is able to handle the rainy weather, which seems to be the case today. Katie Tätte, Ida Emiliense also having couple of good rounds in the Worlds.
And there has been an interesting information coming to my ear through these headphones. There has been a lightning strike near the course, near the premise, and it seems that we have a weather delay starting in Turku. These kind of thunder strikes here and there, they are quite common after this very hot scene of 3 weeks in Finland.
Yeah, we have had probably the most humid weather that I have ever experienced in Finland, and we saw a couple of weather delays also in the Worlds. And what I have to say right here, the players were ready to tee off, and now they have to face a delay, and that is annoying as a player. That is very annoying. There's nothing you can do about it, and the tournament director and the staff is doing exactly the correct thing. But this might put the couple of the players in a different mindset if they can't handle it correctly.
There has been several types of chatting going on about these weather delays and how to deal with these kind of thunder strikes here and there. I believe it was Scott Stokely who posted last week on his socials that he was happy about the PDGA and the staff on the course for clearing out the Tampere Disc Golf Center because lightning actually struck down on 14th, and some volunteers, I believe, said it also struck on 16. So it's not a joke.
It's not a joke. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, I heard the same story. Obviously, safety before anything.
Well, I believe we're going to have a short break here on the network, and it will continue still, and we'll get right back to you about more information. There's going to be information about the weather delay on the PDGA Live application or the live.pdga.com, and you can check out more info there, and we'll be back with you when we get close to the game starting once again. So we'll see you soon, folks. Hello everybody and welcome to the booth in Helsinki. We're just about 90 minutes drive from Turku to the east, and both of these locations have had some minor and some heavy showers of rain, and we had a weather delay in Turku for a couple of hours.
Yeah, hopefully that's all the weather delays that we're gonna see this weekend.
And that's what the staff told us. They're gonna wait for the storm cell to pass and all the rain, and now we should be fine for the rest of the day. We're in Finland, we still have plenty of daytime and daylight left, so don't worry folks. We're gonna jump straight into our first feature card who are gonna tee off in few moments. And second feature card, of course, currently on fairway number 1. They threw one shot before the weather delay started in Turku. So we have Henna Blomroos, Ali Smith, Cynthia Glesberga and Sume Yang on the second feature card. But for now, we're gonna lay our focus to the feature card number 1. So Silva Saarinen, Ida Lehtomäki, Katie Tätte, Ida Emilien Nesse. How do you feel about Silva for this tournament?
She has everything to bring it home. I think it's that way. Probably some hanger. We'll see. He will see some better shots from her. But yeah, Worlds was probably a little bit of a disappointment for her. So probably looking forward to bring this home.
She showed us some remarkable skill of controlling the disc both from the tee, from the fairways and on the green. Last year, these highlights on your screen showed us that she was very, very capable to really take this course down, and she won the event with 2 strokes over Evelina Salonen, 3 strokes over Henna Blomroos. Evelina this time of course visiting China for the World Games, so she will not be competing at this event this year. Henna Blomroos on the field. Heidi Laine took the 4th place last year, but as you might have heard, she had some troubles with her knee and she underwent an operation and she's at the moment recovering fully. That putt from Silva on the Tampere, the monster course, hole 80, that was unbelievable. Something maybe even more unbelievable from last weekend was Ida Lehtomäki.
That is true. The world now knows who is Ida Lehtomäki. Interesting to see how she handles, if she feels the pressure, because now everybody is probably looking at how she will do. So hopefully she will remain the positive mindset that she was in the Worlds and just keep shredding the courses.
Took the 2nd place in her first World Championship tournament ever. She was 4th at the PCS Open a couple of weeks back. She was 4th at the LA Open a few weeks before that. And just amazing stuff going on for Ida Lehtomäki. She actually won the amateur Finnish Disc Golf Championship from last year, 2024. She's had some very solid finishes on the Finnish Pro Tour, and of course we've been seeing her these couple of seasons also on some Euro Tour events, some Disc Golf Pro Tour Europe events, and last weekend was the event that she, like you said, she let the world know who she is. Indeed.
And interesting was to see her putting style. Very good rhythm, very well managing the different kind of putts, and still she said that she felt that she wasn't putting that well that weekend.
Something else she told us in the interview is that she actually hasn't taken any big role models from the putting green from any players, so she kind of has invented her own putting style, so to say, just like Gannon Burr has done.
That is true. Her putting style is pushing forward the weight slowly, which nobody else does. So it's interesting to see if it's going to be the new style.
Another very interesting player on the field, Katie Tätte from Estonia. She's been doing very, very well this season. Took the 2nd place in the Baltic Disc Golf Championship number 13 at the Turku Open 2025. She's been in top 10 for her past 5 events. She also took the 10th place at the World Championships last weekend. So very, very good scoring and a good season going on for Tatte.
That is true. I might be wrong, but we'll see. We don't have too many forehand players in our group, or how they can handle the forehand game. So that will be interesting to see, because there are holes which are designed for forehand. So that will be something to look at.
Okay, that they're also known for those basketball kind of putts very close to the basket, like a few of Estonians, I feel like. And when we just talked about Ida Lehtomäki, she also took the 2nd place at the European Disc Golf Championships Junior Division this year. And the player who took that event down on the FPO side was this woman right here, Ida Emilie Nesse, 17 years old, from Norway.
Indeed, still a young player, put some good rounds in here and there through the season. I guess one was the hot round in the Worlds. I guess it was the second, or the actually the first round at Tampere. So definitely has the talent, but the full tournament will be a different thing.
Ida Emilie Nesse, also a fresh Norwegian champion from a couple of weeks back, just before the European Disc Golf Championships was played. She participated in the main Norwegian Championship event. Took the victory over Katarina Björkas and Ingvild Lönnvik. We have a great bunch of players starting their round. It was lucky for these feature card number 1 players that they actually didn't throw any shots before the weather delay struck. And now they're soon on tee number 1, ready to tee off. Ida Emilie Nesse, Keiti Tatte, Ida Lehtomäki and Silva Saarinen on the feature card number 1 for the Turku Open 2025 opening day. We're gonna have a short break on the network and we'll be right back with you with the feature card 1 action.
On behalf of all partners, every single sponsor for the event, thank you for being here and welcome to follow one of the best, or even the best.
Bend the reality of what a disc can be and discover Ultra Soft plastic. With its extreme flexibility and tackiness, Ultra Soft has the best grip and flex of any plastic Prodigy has ever made. Take on cold or wet weather with confidence behind every shot. We are excited to add 300 Ultra Soft to the lineup, which joins 400 and 500 Ultra Soft. Check out the entire collection today on ProdigyDisc.com or your local retailer.
Zero gravity. What now?
I don't know. They have to land at some point.
This season, Team Discraft is making a statement, and the message is loud and clear. Discraft, built for flight.
Welcome back. We are ready to give those feature card 1 players their opportunity to start their day at the Turku Open, opening day Friday. Welcome to Disc Golf Network. We hope the weather stays clear. Let's enjoy the shots.
DGPT Turku Open and time for the second feature card of the FPO division. First on the team, representing MVP Disc Sports from Finland, Silva Saarinen. Next on the team, representing Innovat from Finland, Ida Lehtomäki. Third on the team, representing Latitude 64 from Estonia, Keiti Tätte. And fourth on the team, representing Innovat from Norway, Ida Emilie Nesse.
There they are. It seems like we have 3 shots out of bounds of the tee number 1.
It definitely seems that way. We can see the rain. Rain is still continuing a little bit, and we saw 2. Not gonna call those grip locks, but a little bit too much power on the grip. Probably they prepared their discs really well and hold on to the disc a bit too hard. So now they have done a couple of bad shots, but this is the point where you can turn around where this round will go. The next couple of shots will be very important for all the OB throwers.
And you could see Ida Lehtomäki there on the replay shouting "what" in Finnish. And we all know how she felt. We've all been there in the same situation at least once on our disc golf careers, so to say.
Definitely. And also one thing to keep an eye on is that the ground is now wet, so we can see a bit more skips than players probably used to see when they were practicing the course.
Ida Lehtomäki risking the out of bounds once again. She bounces back in. Lehtomäki will be throwing 4 towards the basket. Now we have 2 basket placements on this hole number 1 for the FPO. It's just after the out of bounds ends on the green, and the MPO plays that is FPO plays for the white baskets on every single hole, and then we have blue baskets for the MPO. How do you feel, Pasi? Which basket is actually more treacherous here on this hole number 1?
They don't differ that much, but I think the MPO basket is a little bit tougher with the small hill at the green.
Henna Blomroos now tee of 2. This is a par 4, 156 meters. You have to go through this corner, and Henna survives inbounds. And there is a second alley where Henna just landed. You can't see it from that angle, but look at this. She has a totally free view towards the trees, and she has to navigate through the gap on the right and fade ever so slightly to the left. And that is actually, yeah.
Yeah,
So
really.
we have an FPO basket there. That's my mistake. Sorry, folks. The FPO basket is right there before the trees, actually.
Yeah, that was really well done.
As we take a look at Ida Emilia Nesse on fairway number 1, the rain is coming down. Andrew Gum, you're there on the course. We can see a Prodigy metering stick on the course. How do these meters come by with those sticks on the course? We have, I believe, 100 meter sticks and 50 meter sticks to the pin.
I believe the 50-meter sticks are yellow, indicated with yellow, and the 100 meters are red. Those are the ones that I believe I see. Yeah, the rain has started to come down again, as you might have seen. The weather's been very changeable, quite surprisingly. The forecast was good and the radar had looked good, but cells keep popping up right above us, so quite tricky conditions out here.
And Ida Emilia Nesse is a victim of those tricky conditions. Judges the distance quite badly, if you ask me. Goes out of bounds long.
Landed in bounds, but it was even in the normal dry weather that was risking the OB long. This is something that the players now just have to adjust. I think they didn't play any practice rounds with wet grass, so this is a new situation for every one of them.
Silva Saarinen, picture perfect drive towards the basket. And of course those white baskets I was talking about earlier, they were there during the practice, so the FPO and the MPO players could practice at the same time for those different baskets, but now when the competition is on, the FPO players also play for the blue baskets that are moved to the FPO pin positions. Katie Tätte finding her disc on the fairway. But this is after 3 shots after going out of bounds of the tee. She's now throwing 4. Last year, the main designer Seppo Paju had an out of bounds section between the green area and the fairway of the tee. This year that is gone, and he felt like it was a better solution to just make the out of bounds more tight.
Yeah, I heard that from Seppo's course review with Niklas Anttila. He said that he thinks this is much better way to do the hole. But here we see, because the players are now facing the, like you see here, problematic weather, the lines are instantly a little bit tighter than it used to be. But it is what it is. It's same for everyone.
That's exactly true. Lehtomäki approaches the basket with her fourth and almost rings the chains. Now Henna Blomroos putting for birdie. Gets the birdie on 2. She goes under par after 2 holes.
That was a well-played hole from her. Both shots were very close going OB, but carding the birdie is a good one.
Blomroos now tee of 3. This is headed left. She gets a kick from the tree and she's again in the circle. That was actually headed to the out of bounds left, if I saw correctly, off the tee.
That is correct. I didn't actually realize the OBs are this tight on these holes what we are seeing at the moment, because you know, on the good weather players play well, but now the marginals grow up, and this is going to be interesting round. That's what I'm going to say.
Nesse putting for bogey. Solid beat, just a bit short. Yeah, one thing that really impressed me about Lehtomäki's play last weekend was that she shredded the beast in the rain.
Yeah, I was really surprised. Not an easy thing to do. Seemed like the weather was not affecting her grip in any way. She was able to make a full swing, because usually players slow down just a little bit, take it from 90% power to 80% to tame the weather that way. But she seemed like she was not having any issues at all.
It was like there was no rain on Ida Lehtomäki's area on the course, and all the others struggled in the conditions.
Indeed, indeed.
And talk about how huge of an advantage that would be if you can actually play just your normal game in the rain and the other ones struggle.
It is a big advantage, and very annoying to the players who can't. I represent the group who can't play well in the rain. It's something with my grip. I tried to practice that back in my active days, and it's just very difficult. And then we have players like Calvin Heimberg. He's able to make a full 600 feet, 180 meter throws in the rain, like no problem. It's very interesting. It's about the grip somewhere.
I can't recall, was it the USDGC 2022 or 23 that Calvin actually in the last round, pouring rain, and he just went full on berserk.
Yeah, that's actually funny, because it was exactly what I was thinking about. Didn't mention because I didn't remember the year.
Were you glad I took the bullet?
That's very good. But yeah, for example, they have the whole 10 there, the hole that you can eagle, and it was just pouring, like even the tee pad was just a pond, and he just came there soaking wet and threw it. I guess it was even bullseye.
Yeah.
Something else.
Yeah. And that is what we saw from Lehtomäki last weekend, and if she can keep that up, she has a huge advantage after this first round. There is some forecast telling us that it might be a bit rainy on the morning of Saturday also, and we hope it won't, but it is the possibility. Blomroos not able to card the birdie on 3. And we saw the first feature card. Ally Smith here also using the basketball style putting close to the basket. The first feature card ended their hole number 1 with Silva Saarinen taking the birdie, and she's one of 2 other players taking the birdie on hole number 1 today. Ida Lehtomäki takes a single bogey, Katie Tatte and Ida-Emilie Nesse took a double bogey from hole number 1. Blomroos able to save the par. And other players also in the feature card number 2. Finishing hole number 3. Cynthia Klesberga able to card the birdie from the bullseye on 3. It is still raining in Turku, and we hear that it's kind of raining in China too, but it's raining sweat. All those players are soaked for the very, very hot conditions in Zhengzhou, China, for the World Games. Silva Saarinen makes it through the tree on the right on hole number 2.
We obviously see it's raining, but one other thing compared to last weekend is that in the Worlds we had 30 plus degrees Celsius when the players were on the course, and now it's below 20 and also raining, so this is much colder weather to play in. For some players it's very okay, some players might like the warmer weather, but the main thing today is going to be the rain, and in my opinion this is going to be about who's the best driver. Putting will be obviously important, but not that important as usually.
Ina Lehtomäki also hitting the tree on the right. Katie Tätte turning over, stays on the fairway, about 1 meter safe from the left side out of bounds. This course being really familiar to me, practically my home course. I live just about 10 miles or 15 kilometers off it. There is usually not out of bounds left here, and that's just, should we call it, natural OB. There's some heavy bushes and stuff on the left, and it's really tight off the tee, that left side out of bounds. You have to actually travel a long way straight up the hill in order to avoid the fade on the disc and still get a proper view to the basket on the left. Very demanding hole, one of the toughest on the course. And the main problem is the tee shot. If you do that with great effort, then you should have a simple upshot for the FPO basket. Blomroos tee of 4. Par 5, 211 meters for the FPO.
Even though there are only 3 holes in the first card, only 2, only on the second hole, I already sense that Henna is playing very well with the drivers in the rain. We were expecting Ida to play really well, but the throwing is just a little bit off maybe. Yanked a little bit to the right on the both holes.
Katie Tätte. Challenging the out of bounds right, but stays on the fairway. Green flag for Tätte. Now she has a straight look for the basket, which is about 45 meters away. Jennifer Smiley from Ashburn, Virginia, also doing very well today. Currently 3 down after 5 holes. Took the birdies from 2, 3 and 4. Netta Leppäho also with her tied on the first place, 3 down. Took birdies on 1, 4 and 8. She's currently on hole number 9. And they also started their day quite early today, so they might have avoided some of this rain before it hit the course. Now Lehtomäki preparing to throw her second on 2. Hits the Guardian Birch on the fairway. That is actually a long look for Lehtomäki if she wants to like hover it from the right side, let it fade and drop to the left. But there is out of bounds close to the basket on the left side. And Silva Saarinen shanks this totally to the right. Drops down though.
Seems like she stayed in bounds luckily. But all I have to say, it was a bad shot. That's all. It was grip lock to the OB. Maybe it was forcing it just a little bit, but luckily in bounds.
Just talking about Smiley there. Currently on the tee of 6. Nesse back on 2. And wants a skip. Yep, 11 meters. Want that to be a bit higher. To skip towards the basket for the bullseye. So that is a fine looking placement for Nesse. Here is the top 10 at the moment. Smiley and Lepauho sharing the first place. 3 down is a solid score on the front 9 in these conditions. And Smiley still has a couple of holes to go before ending her front 9.
Absolutely. Just to go bogey free, as many holes as possible, it's always a good sign on this course, on this weather.
Now, we have 2.5 full days of disc golf ahead of us, Pasi. You are a grandmaster of disc golf course designing. So now that we are seeing a couple of these first few holes of this Turku Open, the stag layout, and Silva Saarinen throwing her third, arriving to the circle, very well done for her. How would you start comparing this layout for the Beast at Nokia or the Monster in Tampere that we saw last week?
The first thing that comes to my mind is that we have a lot of low ceiling shots. Those we don't have. Maybe we have couple in Nokia, maybe one in the Tampere course. But here you have to keep the disc low, and also you have to put some interesting lines, and you can't make it too high. So throwing S curves or flex shots, it's going to be interesting. And then there's some side hills like you see here. It makes you think about your approach style, if it's going to be a backhand or a forehand.
We have about 50 volunteers working this weekend on the course, and even more people helping the staff to prepare this course for the event. Henna Blomroos stays on the fairway on hole number 4. And this course looks pristine right now. Even though we have the rain, we are going to have the sunshine arriving at some point of today or on tomorrow too. And this course looks amazing as it stands right now. Lehtomäki under the basket for the par. Nesse for birdie. What a putt from Ida-Emilie Nesse.
Very solid stroke.
We're gonna roll back that Zuka replay for the Norwegian European Disc Golf Junior Champion for 2025.
That was really well done early in the round. And I have to point out, the OB is right there. If you miss that, it's probably going to be just a coin flip if you get an OB or not. And that was a circle 2. Very well done.
Saarinen saves the par from 8 meters casually in the rain. No problems. Seemingly enjoying her time in the Finnish rain. Yeah. Talk about us having the... When we started this show, you talk about us having the most humid and hot summer stretch of 3 weeks that you could imagine. And for what I can remember, it was the hottest stretch and most humid stretch we've had. And now the temperatures have practically plummeted.
Exactly. Last weekend players had to use whatever they tried to use to keep their hands dry because of the humidity. It wasn't raining actually. I guess there was some rain, but not that much. But now they are facing a lot of different kind of difficulties.
We're facing an interesting shot on tee number 3. We have a par 3 and a mandatory on the right. You have to navigate through the gap on the left. And just like you mentioned moments ago, low ceiling shot once again.
Exactly. Think about this hole. If you want to park it, you have to either throw a backhand flex shot, which can turn over a bit too much and cut roll to the OB, or throw a forehand which can skip to the right OB. So the danger is all over the place, even though this is one of the shorter holes on the course.
Of course, practically no disc golfer enjoys doing disc golf in the rain, but it has to be practiced if you want to play at this level. Some players even have been telling us that they actually go to the practice rounds with an extra bottle of water and they wet their hand before every single shot. And Ida-Emilie Nesse showing us how it's done.
That was gorgeous. She's playing now pretty well. The rain doesn't affect much to her grip. Let's see if Silva gets the enjoyment back.
Throwing a putter. That's low and left. Needs to stay in bounds now. She does.
Still a little bit off.
One of the holes you might argue is built for the righty forehand.
Yeah, maybe. But then there's the fact that the right OB is very close and you pretty much every time get a skip. I was thinking about what I would throw here. I guess I would throw some kind of a forehand overstable putter on this one.
Lehtomäki goes with an Anheuser. This needs to hold.
This is perfect.
She's there.
She's right there. So that was the Ida that we saw last weekend.
She needed only one shot to remember who she is. The errant shot of tee number 1, resulting in early out of bounds. Katie Tatte bouncing on the track, and she gets into the circle about 6 meters away for her birdie.
We're seeing a lot of skips already.
The only and one shot Ida Lehtomäki needed on the tee number 3, brought to you by OneShotEnergy.com. Risking the ceiling, getting there, and you can see that brown section in the middle of the gap. There are huge rocks and lumps in the center. If you hit those, the skips you get might be 0 to none, or then you might actually skip into totally different direction that you wish to. And you actually would like to go across that section of the ground and then maybe get a little skip towards the basket. Ida Lehtomäki didn't need a skip whatsoever. Smiley not achieving the birdie on 6. Now Blomroos approaching with her third on hole number 4. That is well done. Blomroos now in the basket. And that was for par. She missed her first putt on that green. Silva Saarinen opting to lay up on number 3, and I don't blame her.
Me neither. Just don't take the risks you don't have to take. It's the first round, and it can ruin your momentum to compete in the competition. It's only first round that everybody's playing not optimally because the weather is what it is.
Katie Tatte for birdie on 3. A bit low. Nesse going long off the tee, coming back with a 6-meter putt. Hits James on the right. Not able to get the birdie. Saarinen saves the par, and that means Iida Lehtomäki is the only player from the first card to take the birdie. And there she is. So she's back even par.
I noticed that Iida had maybe a bit normal looking stroke on this hole, and a couple of holes before she was throwing maybe a bit too hard and kind of breaking the technique. So next one will be 211 meters long hole. Interesting to see if she keeps the rhythm as it was on this shorter hole, or if she gets back to the trouble that she had on hole 1 and 2.
Card number 2. Now tee of 5, Henna Blomroos. Just how you want to make it to the green. On the right side, taking the hyzer gap, subtle skips, and she's in 6 meters. Ali Smith from the United States. Great to see her here in Turku. Takes the most difficult path for the righty backhand, from my opinion, the left side gap. Hit some trees, and she still has an upshot to do for the par. Tee of 4 with our first card. Lehtomäki on the tee.
Aiming for sweeping hyzer. You can see the OB stakes long in the picture, and then there's OB line also on the left. So you really have to. That's looking pretty good. But yeah, you can't. Okay, it's getting close. Very good. Like I said, because of the rain, there will be much more skips. So you have to kind of take it easy with the angles when you land the discs, because these lines are very close to the fairway.
Nesse. Still 1 over par after 3 holes. And barely stays in bounds.
It's in. That's actually a very good line to the basket from there.
Saarinen, very powerful sweeping hyzer. That is perfect. In the middle, something you might not see from the camera. The uphill is subtle and it keeps on going, and the point where Silva ended up, that is the point where the uphill kinda ends, and the ground starts to get flat. That almost just a bit of uphill run up, if I see that correctly, for her.
Exactly. And there we see the course designer himself, Seppo Paju, checking how the FPO card plays the hole. And also one thing that we didn't mention, we obviously have the OB lines here. Here you can see they are throwing just a bit uphill, which means that the nose angle of the disc is a bit up. So all the players who have tried to get their angles right on the practice field, you know that if you are throwing a little bit nose up, you get the slowdown, and the hyzer will be a bit quicker than you were attending. So that's a difficult shot, and then also the green seems easy, but it's nothing but because of the sloping green to the left. So you have to really think about, do you want to go wide right with the backhand or straight at it with the forehand?
back on 5. Cynthia Glesberga from Latvia. Under the basket for par. One of my favorite holes on the course, this hole number 5 for the stack layout. You have practically 3 options to get to the pin, but none of them are super safe, so to speak. There's 2 ways to take your second shot here. You can go over the out of bounds and right side from that tree, and then this is the scary situation. If you skip towards the out of bounds left, you still might actually reach it even though you take it wide over the out of bounds, because the slope goes to the left.
Indeed, she was risking the OB right, throwing over that, and still ended up very close to the left side OB. So here, personally, I would probably consider throwing some kind of a forehand, but it seems like these players know how to play it over the OB from there.
And I will say there will be spectators on Sunday on that course and on that path over which the players are now throwing. So it might be a bit more demanding on Sunday that you have to aim for those crowds. Lehtomäki also not unfamiliar with those situations. The spotter in Norway decided to stay on the path of her throw and just do those matrix movements in the middle of the round. But it wasn't her intention, to be clear.
Obviously not. But also the spotter played it a little bit risky there. Okay, I like the backhand from this angle and where Ida is with her tee shot. It looks a little bit better because now you have much more room to get the disc back.
Now this needs to settle down. It does, yeah. It had enough forward momentum to stay on the fairway. And if you take an Anheuser route from the left side, staying in bounds the whole way, the severe cut roll possibility to the left out of bounds it's just huge. And that's why I feel like these players are throwing out of bounds. How do you feel about that?
Well, yeah, I have to agree with you there.
And Lehtomäki on the left side of the fairway. Furthest from the tee, but still she's going uphill with her run-up. Avoids the out of bounds stick and she's on the fairway.
Right there, the rhythm was very good for her swing there. I think that on those 2 first holes there was just a little bit of I don't know how to put it, but just wanting it a little bit too much. So this seems to go seems to keep going good way for Ida.
Second card finishing their hole number 5. I'm gonna toss it down to Andrew Gum. Andrew, we just saw Su Mei Yang from Taipei finishing her hole number 5. Do you have some more information about her and her attending this Turku Open 2025?
Yeah, that's a very interesting story. I got to speak with her son, Jackie Chen, and he told me that she's been playing disc golf for over 30 years. She usually plays FP 60, so she's 60 years old. They came together to play the World Championships, and they wanted to stay a little bit longer and play here at the Turku Open, so she's playing in the Open division and very excited to be here. She doesn't understand English. This is her first time outside of Asia, so she's very grateful to have her son here to help with the translation and the cultural adjustments. And he's traveled a little bit more for disc golf, but he was introduced to the game by her and his father when he was very young. I guess over 20 years ago for him. So he got more serious about 8 years ago, he said, and it's been quite the journey. very, very cool storyline, and nice to have her on the coverage. Back to the booth.
Well, that is a beautiful story. Thank you, Andrew. Back to fairway of 4. Saarinen throwing her third. Settles in the bullseye.
Straight at it. No reason to risk any landing angles.
Lehtomäki. Oh, this is bad.
There's a big mistake. Okay, yeah, that's OB putting for par, I guess. Obviously can still save that, but okay, I have to mention this, but we saw one mistake like that on the playoff holes with the same discs. Yeah, very unfortunate.
And Nesse following Lehtomäki, and did she even cross the inbounds there? When was she last inbounds? That is left for the card to determine. Yeah, 2 big mistakes from these first card players. And the out of bounds is, should we say, yeah, it's out of circle 1 on the screen. And even though you get the 1 meter in from the line, it is still not an easy putt. Uphill, about 12 to 13 meters. This green is one of the windiest spots on the course. At this moment, it seems pretty calm. Nesse too low to save the par. I'm gonna toss it down to Andrew once again as we see Lehtomäki going for her disc. Are we seeing some sunshine? The rain seems to be gone. How's the weather looking?
Yeah, the rain has just cleared and the sun is trying to peek through the clouds. It's quite interesting because all week it was very windy and sunny. So all those practice rounds, the course is playing very different now as we have absolutely no wind, just completely calm. And it looks like the rain most likely will stay away for the rest of the day based on the radar. Although I can't promise you anything as my confidence has been off in the past, as you might remember. But yes, it's looking great right now in excellent scoring conditions. Of course, the grounds are a little wet, but it's looking like it's going to be all smooth sailing and clear in the sky from now on. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Andy. Don't worry, I still trust on you when it comes to weather, as you are on the course. You are our best eyes for the situation. We hope the weather stays clear, and that's what the radars tell us, that this was a storm cell that went past the premise about 11:30 a.m., if I am correct. And now the rains will move on towards the northern part of Finland. We are on the southern western point of this country on the Baltic Sea, and Lehtomäki gets the bogey done on 4. She's 1 over for the round.
That was a good comeback putt. Obviously it was very bad and kind of an easy mistake to be done. The upshot wasn't that long, but it's behind her now, and if we actually are going to see the sunnier weather. That means that the struggle could be behind and now they are ready to score. So being 1 over or 2 over, actually Silvas 1 over, now two down actually. So probably they will pick up a better pace now and get some more birdies.
Nesse saves the bogey. They move on to hole number 5. Tobias Manistev for the birdie on 6. This was a magnificent shot off the tee. She gets the birdie. Henna Blomroos, moment after that. Tee of 6. 111 meters par 3 for the FPO. A bit short. She still has a putt. We're gonna have a short break on the network right now and we'll be right back with you.
The First Available Research Ultiworld Disc Golf Fandom Survey is now open. Now in its 4th year, with many new questions, the survey is better than ever. This is your chance to share your opinions as a member of our awesome disc golf community with questions about players, media, discs, and so much more. Results from the survey will be published in Ultiworld this off-season. The survey is only open for a limited time, so scan the QR code or go to discgolfsurvey.com to take it now and let your voice be heard.
We are outside.
We are together.
Oh my!
We are healthy.
We are inclusive.
Smile.
Smile. You are playing
Disc golf.
PDGA.
Smile.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby.
Get on.
Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that teabag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
Hallo, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Does it concern you how much Infinite Discs uses your likeness in their marketing?
No, not at all. First off, the Alpaca is an amazing putter.
Right.
And Alpacas don't miss. Shout out my guy Proctor. And Infinite Discs is a great company. They have like 100,000 discs in stock, so their selection and prices are incredible.
Sure.
So I'm not concerned about being associated with them. I'll tell you what does concern me though.
What?
The rise of AI.
Oh yeah, that's scary stuff.
AI is everywhere and also like so hard to tell it was real. I was not.
Progress. It's momentum made visible. A constant push towards perfection. Moment by moment, frame by frame, we're building towards something bigger. The time-lapse was my first 12-speed driver, but I knew it could be better. So we went back to the lab, tweaked the feel, the flight, and now it's what it was always meant to be. That's progress. Introducing the retooled time-lapse from the Simon line. No limits.
Now that Hauk Design has landed in Europe, I can see that this is the start of a whole new chapter, getting to design courses on properties that are unlike anything we've ever done before. And we are very excited about doing more in Europe.
Here we are, Jennifer Smiley, T of 8. Also 2 basket placements here. The FPO basket is a bit on the right. There she is, putting for birdie. Just a bit high for Smiley. Stays 3 down for the round. And now, T of 5, Silva Saarinen takes the right-hand side gap with the hazard play, and it works fine.
That's exactly how you should do it. Something like straight to maybe a bit unstable fairway and hit the right gap. I guess that's the optimal line.
Tate, 90 meters, 295 feet, this par 3. Has some gaps that you have to navigate, and Tate actually makes it through. Something you can see from the pictures, there are some roots on the ground, and if you hit those, the skips are just done. You are not getting any. Lehtomäki, this is low. Needs a skip. Somewhat gets it.
Yeah, gets some. I think it's in the circle 1 uphill, and there's still no wind, so good place to be. Maybe a bit cold, as we see.
Nesse. Oh, that is high, and left her hand too early.
Seemed like she was taking the run up a bit too much to the center, I think.
And still some struggles with her upshot there. She still has a long putt for the par. And the wind has picked up a bit. A cross tailwind from left to right. Now Lehtomäki for a long birdie look. Gets it done. Back to even par. Very committed with that putt.
Yeah, really well done. Getting the rhythm correct.
Katie Tate takes a long birdie.
Also, they are putting a clinic for us.
A putting highlight reel going on. How about Silva? Has the shortest putt of them all. Almost a headwind for Saarinen. Gets the birdie. No problem. 3 birdies, 2 pars for Saarinen. She's already 3 down through the day. Sharing the first place. Nesse has to settle for a bogey, and that's not what you want from this hole.
No, definitely not. This is one of the easier holes. The OB is not that tight, but obviously there's some other obstacles to tackle with the gaps. But yeah, going back to Silva's round, I felt that she wasn't enjoying the first holes that much, and probably felt that the throwing was just a bit off. But the scores speak to themselves. Only 2 pars and 3 birdies.
And here is Silva Saarinen's daily fantasy position this weekend for Turku Open. 1.5. Is she finishing over or under? Make sure to bet your opinion on nxtbets.com/playdgpt. Visit their page or scan the QR code to learn more. We also have all tickets available for the upcoming Disc Golf Pro Tour events. You can catch us in the Discraft Ledgestone Open, LWS Open at Idlewild. We also have the Discraft Great Lakes Open, and a couple of more events coming right at you. So scan the QR code on the screen or visit dgpt.com/tickets. You can also still get tickets to this event, Turku Open, for the Saturday and Sunday, dgpt.com/Europe tickets. Make sure to witness disc golf live on the premise. Henna Blomroos tee of 7. And this is a bomb of a shot. Oh goodness, and I mean that in a positive way.
Yes, nicely controlled, turning all the way.
This fairway 7 is moving right to the opposite direction of the fairway number 5 where we just were. So the green of 5 is on the right side, and the wind is coming from the right 9 out of 10 days that you visit this course. And if you challenge the out of bounds left and you get a skip towards the left side, the wind actually might push the disc out of bounds. We're now on the hole number 6, par 3, 364 feet, 111 meters island hole.
Island hole, indeed. And I think important thing here is to, whatever you throw, land before the target just a bit, because it's on a small hill. If you land before, either you throw a forehand or backhand, it gets much more skips. If you land before, like if you throw over the target a little bit.
The island is quite large if we consider the FPO layout. The MPO basket is tucked in the furthest corner of this island. FPO aiming into the middle. Silva Saarinen sailing to the right. Has the stability, finds circle's edge.
Surprisingly straight disc. No angle even when landing. I guess that was something, maybe a fairway, straighter fairway for her. Now this is the line that I would take. Much rather spiking it before the target. A lot of ground action still. The grass is not dry at all.
Lehtomäki now on the tee.
Also going with a slower disc, aiming much more towards the target.
That is a risky shot, and she needs to get stable. She does. I had so many mixed emotions during that flight, but she finds the circle.
Yeah, she knew what she was throwing. We didn't.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was the fade in the end.
That's what matters. That might be the same disc she threw on 18th tee at the Beast. Kind of a straight mid-range. On the contrary, Ida Emilie Nesse, risking this island with the hyzer, stays in bounds on the left.
Why were you standing like that?
I don't know. More comfortable.
Maxim Tange there from the MDG Media, walking down with Ida Lehtomäki. That is the highest point of this course, and it is not available for us to play from that hill downwards in the permanent layout. Cynthia Klesberga on 7th. This is a tough place to be. She finds a place to putt with her 3rd. So this park is owned by the city of Turku, and it was practically rented for the local community for disc golf club a few years back to renovate and make a disc golf course here. And this hill where we just threw down from is a part of that park that belongs to every single citizen in Turku, and of course those tourists that would like to see the highest point of this park. But for the Turku Open, they are allowed to build a tee pad on top of the hill and throw down towards this island green.
I really like Ida Emilia Nesse's putting stroke. It's there's a lot of commitment there. She doesn't leave the hand movement half away. It's always a full stroke.
Tätte. Solid looking putt there. Sails past the right side. Silva Saarinen. 9 meters left for her 4th birdie in 6 holes. Tailwind, but the height is correct. The horizontal line is not. How about Lehtomäki? Her chance for the birdie, a bit closer than Saarinen. And the 7 meters does it in the heart.
Seemed like it was going to be a bit high, but maybe it was just that she adjusted the tailwind. It was very good putt.
2 bogeys, 3 birdies for Ida Lehtomäki, and she's 1 down for the round. And Tätte for par. Barely over the rim.
Nicely done. Those are the annoying comebackers when you give a good run and then you realize that you're actually looking at a par putt from 7 meters in a tricky wind. Even though it's not that windy, but it's swirling around. That's the most annoying thing.
Saarinen saves the par into the headwind. Blomroos now throwing 2 on 7th. This is a par 4, 178 meters for the FPO. That's a bit high. Yeah, and it actually lands into the circle, drops down. And that is another miss for Blomroos, and I believe that was for par. So she had a 3-putt green. We're gonna have a short break on the network and we'll be right back.
Have you tried the Prodigy Pivot? It's a new putter, it's really straight and really glidey. It's great for putting and great for throwing. And you can shop them at prodigystore.eu with -30% now, just for this weekend with code PAJU30.
Boom.
So, go shopping.
Made from the earth, Rhino harnesses the power of plants and the sun to create topical performance products that are good for us and our earth. Formulated by a pharmacist and built by a chef, Rhino's unique line of products helps adventurers perform better and enhance recovery.
I'm Jennifer Allen.
I'm Sarah Hokum.
And I use the Trekker.
And I use the Trekker LG.
The Trekker holds up to 25 discs, and I like a lot of extras.
The LG holds 30 discs, so I can have backups for my backups.
There's nothing that I don't have room for. There's even enough room for your emotional support animal. I think the Trekker is for someone who wants to have everything on the course. You want to be prepared.
We can carry everything we need, and I have a comfortable place to sit on the course.
Precision, power, re-engineered. An over 10% shift in mass from center to the rim, 20% more gyroscopic force, giving you straighter flight, longer glide, and extra distance. This isn't just a disc. Once you throw it, you'll see.
Great news! Uplay and the PDGA share a mission to provide education and support for healthier lifestyles through the sport of disc golf. By joining the PDGA, your membership dollars are directly at work for these amazing programs, introducing and producing disc golf players all over the world. Support our programs by joining the PDGA or donating here.
Here we are, T of 7. Ida Lehtomäki. Oh, and she misses it, and she knows it. That is out of bounds left. And look at the crowd for the early Friday. Challenging the rainy conditions.
Yeah, the Finns are not afraid of the rain. They want to see how the FPO manages to play the hole. For Ida, it was a mistake, but she gets to continue in the middle of the hole and probably going to be easy bogey. Now Silva's challenging the other side of the hole. Should be okay there, but the birdie is going to be a tough task.
And there is no any backhand gaps from there. There is one which goes high up above, but I believe Silva hasn't quite reached the point where that becomes an option. So she would have to throw a powerful sidearm to get a skip from the main gap towards the right side and the pin, but as we all know, that is a rare sight from Silva Saarinen. Katie Tätte a bit high, but she hyzers to the fairway. And Ida Milenesse now fourth on the tee. There's also high, has to stay straight. Very straight disc, and she actually stays inbounds.
That should be a prime position to attack the green on this hole.
Your top 10 at the moment, 3 leaders. Silva Saarinen, Jennifer Smiley and Netta Leppäaho, all 3 down. Of course, Leppäaho and Smiley further down the course compared to Saarinen. Kaiti Alsalu solo 4th, 2 down through 8 holes. As you can see, Lehtomäki advances a nice distance off the tee, and this needs to hold the turn now. That is a remarkable shot for Ida Lehtomäki, finding the green. She's 7 meters away. That is not a simple turnover. The gap is kind of deceiving from where she was.
Absolutely. From this angle it looks a little bit bigger, but from where the players are throwing from, the corner trees are kind of in the line, so it looks very tight to where you have to aim. This is actually one thing you mentioned about the course design part. Something to keep in mind if anybody goes to the course design, that you have to see the gap from the tee if you want the player to actually understand what they're supposed to do.
That is a great point. Now Nesse, she takes the forehand. That's a bit wide and flexing, and she doesn't get the fade early enough. And now she's still about 40 meters away, 50 meters away even from the pin. Blomroos, tee of 8. And a total shank to the right. Does she get lucky? And back on 7. Tatte, she finds the furthest guardian on the gap.
Now it's interesting to see what Silva has left. We see the movement behind the target. So it could be doable, but we'll see soon.
Now Silva Saarinen throwing 2 and gets through. Circle's edge. Finds a gap.
Giving herself just the opportunity to get the birdie, not risking it too much. I guess that was the biggest gap, probably. So, yeah, it was well done from that position.
Yeah, there are practically no seeable gaps on those trees if you end up in a bad position off the tee on 7th. Saarinen was lucky to have one. And Blomroos lays up for the par. She's in the bullseye. Now Ali Smith for the birdie on 8. Gets it done.
Very interesting putting style. I don't know if you see that, but she was looking down pretty much the whole time.
Yeah.
And when making the putt, she just took her eyes up to see the target.
Well, that is not the weirdest thing I've seen. I mean, we have players who actually block their vision with the disc before they putt.
That is true.
And then they deliver the pizza into the bucket. So, but I kind of like what Smith is doing there, for she's kind of deleting those thoughts from her mind, and she just focuses to the basket right before she lets go of the disc.
Yeah, I have tried something like that when practicing putting back in the days. It's the easiest way to actually concentrate on your legs and arms, like do the movement when you don't concentrate on the target where you're actually putting. So I had a drill where I was like just lining up, looking at my legs and thinking about the line that I'm going to putt. And then when you just start to make the putts, you realize that you are letting those go in a correct way.
Yeah.
And those were going in pretty well, but obviously you have to, well done from Silva. Yeah, obviously you have to still see the target when you make the putt, but yeah, this is an interesting game.
Would you argue that still the main point on the green, on the tee, is to find a way to get comfortable even in these risky situations under pressure?
Definitely, and very important thing is to putt like you usually putt like you have practiced. Don't change it in the different situations, just adjust the force you put in.
Katie Tatte coming back for par. Gets it. Beautiful putt. Slightly left side. Basket catches the putter. And now Lehtomäki trying to save the par from 7 meters after going out of bounds off the tee.
This would be a really nice save after the OB off the tee.
Her putting stroke is very confident right now.
It is, that's true. That was actually a little bit high and right, but still okay. It's in the target, in the basket.
Yeah, on the strong side. Nesse in the basket for par. Silva Saarinen is 4 down through 7 holes, and this was one of those 4 birdies she has today, and this was her position after the tee shot. There was not a visible gap for her. Very small gap on the right. This was a beautiful birdie, and this was not from the conventional birdie zone that you can see on your screen now, brought to you by the Birdie Pro board game by Boda Brothers.
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest gap is where we saw, for example, Ida taking the upshot. But that's one way to take a birdie on every kind of hole. If we're talking about par 5s, just gain a lot of distance, and probably your stance will be a bit tougher, but the upshot will be much shorter.
And a big putt from Silva Saarinen to card the birdie 3. It was 9 meters. Only other longer putt from Silva came from hole 2, where she saved the par. Saarinen, your current solo leader, 4 down through 7 holes on day number 1 in Turku Open 2025. Jennifer Smiley throwing 2 on hole 11. (128-meter par 4), but it's a dogleg left, and there are many trees you can hit from the tee. You can see the FPO basket there, and Smiley makes it good. Finds the circle. Now tee of 8, Silva Saarinen. Oh, and misses the line. Lands on the fairway. Very interesting shot off the tee.
Exactly. In my books, this is the Silva shot. But the low ceiling played tricks on her and left it a bit too low. But the optimal line here is to throw an understable putter or mid-range and let it turn late. Oh, this is also yanked a little bit. Well, should be okay to get a par from there. So no, not a big mistake, but not a birdie.
Lehtomäki takes the disc to the right. Get a subtle roll down the hill. That's a par zone. That similar to Silva's, very low, doesn't get the turn. That is still about 25 to 30 meters off the pin. Nesse. This is more like it.
Yes, there's the line.
And oh, it's the chains! Ida Emilia Nesse hits a branch and then chains out from the left side on 8. What a lucky shot there for the Norwegian.
Wow, that was very close. Wow, all I have to say.
That is a highlight from today. Pasi, we have OTP shot of today coming after the show, so make some notes about these great shots during the play. Wow. And here she gets a kiss. It redirection going straight towards the bucket. And just a bit left and low. Skips on the rim.
Okay, so the branch changed the line just a bit to the left, and the disc missed the target from the left, so maybe it was there. Very close.
Either way, Nesse is putting for birdie. She's a bit behind the basket. Now Lehtomäki takes a forehand. And this is very long from Lehtomäki. Not quite judging the distance correctly there.
Yeah, we don't see too much forehand from any of these players. The form looked good, but there was way too much power behind the shot.
Smiley gets the birdie, and she's now tied first with Saarinen, although she's 11 fairways down. Lehtomäki has a nifty putt still, circle's edge, coming back with a low ceiling. Saarinen going for the birdie, just a bit short. Nesse similar distance to Lehtomäki coming back, but Lehtomäki is shooting for par now. She's kind of lucky being on the short side of the players.
Yeah, in this position, that's true.
And that's a beautiful par.
Nicely done. Some of the players might get a little bit stressed when they miss an easy approach and they have to look at a 8-meter or 9-meter comebacker, but she did it well.
Nesse for birdie. About 7 meters away. Too low. So the last 4 greens for Lehtomäki, she putted from 9 meters, 7, 7 and 8 meters. So that long circle one looks very good for Ida Lehtomäki at the moment, and that misses the basket completely for par. That's a mistake you cannot make on this kind of a hole or even this kind of a course. For if you have all the things going on for yourself, this is kind of shreddable course. If you stay on the fairway, if you know how you want to play each of these holes.
Absolutely, and now we're seeing what the struggle is all about. I guess she's not able to get the putters dry enough. Luckily makes the comebacker, but after the rain it can remain a bit wet. You have the towel and the ground is wet and stuff like that.
And there they go. One more hole to play on the front 9 for the first feature card. A moment ago, Olivia Chinstead from Finland gets the par from circle 2 in the woods. That's a nice save for Olivia. Silva Saarinen, Jennifer Smiley sharing the first place on the board. Netta Leppäaho from Kuopio, Finland, the same city where Niklas Anttila is from. Solo third place at the moment through 15 holes, 3 down. DN Carey rising up in the stats with Kaiti Alsalu, Anneli Togesmaniste. Those three are sharing the fourth place.
And we have to keep in mind that most of these players started their round almost like 5 or 6 hours ago. Only the lead card was able to tee off after the delay.
That is true. So those other players on the course played over 10 holes or more. They have had practically 2 warm-up sessions already today. Silva Saarinen, tee of 9, headed to the left, gets a skip around the big tree on the left, and she's in a fine position.
Now the weather's looking almost perfect, just a bit of wind, but the sun is coming out. But as I said, because they had to play in the rain for a while, there are some grip issues still that they have to handle. So it usually takes a couple of holes to actually get the grip back after the rain is done. Hopefully it's coming for the players sooner than later.
Ida Lehtomäki. The shot leaks to the right into that big guardian tree. Ida Emilia Ness, a beautiful shot. I hope she has a follow through.
I guess she was able to pass the tree like maybe 1 meter or 1.5, so it's very critical in that position if you can make an actual normal swing or not.
Tätte in the middle. Yeah, that bold tree in the center before we go right after the hump on the fairway. That tree has been there forever and it's never had any leaves as far as I can remember.
Oh, that's interesting.
Jennifer Smiley, now tee of 12.
Oh, come back. That's going to be... Yeah, that's one of the worst mistakes you can do on this course. Never crossing.
Yeah, hole 12 is really interesting, for the fairway is actually on the left side and you throw from out of bounds all the way downhill, and then the inbound starts on the left side, but there's still quite a narrow inbounds fairway going on towards the bucket.
Yeah, here you can see there's no drop zone, so you actually have to continue from there.
Smiley hits a tree, gets a green flag.
I wouldn't even say you can, like, technically sometimes you can like put a hand, but this is like, no, this would be first available.
So this is okay?
Yeah.
So Lehtomäki is in the tree.
Play from there.
Discussing her options with the card. And that seems to be Matej Verl from the PDGA Europe, working as the marshal of this group.
So they were checking the first playable lie behind the disc in the line to the target. So that's the spot that they marked, and this is a bit shorter par 4, but that's still going to be very hard upshot. Maybe some kind of a patent pending coming up.
Yeah, the par is totally savable from here if she gets a solid shot through the gap, and even a bit short to the gap for the FPO basket is located on the left side of the last part of the fairway, and she does very well. Katie Tätte. Takes a forehand, wants a skip, and now she's facing the low ceiling again. For that very large tree on the left side, you don't want to be under it.
Exactly. Should be in the circle 2, closer to the circle 1's line, but it's not an easy putt from there. Was probably expecting a bit more skips, but it was still a bit short.
Saarinen and Nesse clear the first part of the fairway. Silva might want to approach this basket straight up, but the safer way is to take it a bit to the right and fade towards the target. That's what Silva does. That is a perfect shot from Saarinen. Avoids the branches altogether. Bullseye hit to go 5 down through the first 9.
Here we can see Nesse got just enough distance to get over the old tree, and this should be relatively easy, but still going for the forehand and probably looking back at the tree, so maybe a bit distracting there.
And Nesse with the forehand fading early. That's about 12 meters still away from the basket.
Yeah, I guess she didn't feel comfortable throwing backhand from there because of the reach back would be quite close to the tree.
Yeah, that dead tree on the fairway is a well-known landmark for this course. Lehtomäki now throwing 3. Settle down. Yes, it does. Bullseye's edge. That's gonna be a par for Lehtomäki.
Do we actually know what that, I guess it's a watermelon, the disc is? She's throwing that quite a bit.
She is. I don't have the exact knowledge of the disc. I do know it is a mid-range.
Okay. I thought that was a putter.
Tätte.
Yeah, so seems like there was no look for the birdie, so seems fit to just put it into the bullseye and take the medicine.
Nesse. Bit short.
Yet again, very good line for the putt, but left it a little low. It's good that we have those flags on the target, so we get some kind of a visual of the wind. So here we have actually no wind at all, and on those couple of holes before there was some breeze on the greens.
And Lehtomäki taps in the par. And it seems like I know nothing, a rare case, but it happens, and that is actually a putter. It is an invader.
Invader, okay.
We got a word from Andrew Gum, who's on the course, and he made it clear with Ida. Silva Saarinen, just a perfection of a front nine, 5 down.
Exactly, and let's keep in mind they had to start off with much more difficult weather, so taking birdies here and there and pars on the holes where you can score, that's a dream start for the tournament.
Jennifer Smiley doesn't have a dream putt coming up after her tee shot there. We're flying down hole 10, par 3, 226 feet and 69 meters for the FPO. They're aiming to this first basket on the right side behind the tree. It seems that the distance might be a bit off. The caddy book says it's 88 meters downhill and it plays like 69 meters. So maybe we have a balance there.
Yeah, it's balanced out. To me, it looks like a forehand hole, but these players are much more comfortable with the backhands.
Saarinen going first, of course. A straight shot towards the target. That was a straight shot if you really need an example of one. Goes long. She's 11 meters away. Yeah, we had a list of what Lehtomäki is throwing, and it only said a DX invader, and that disc doesn't take in any color whatsoever, so I was a bit confused, but of course this player's bag will change during the rounds and during the tournaments, and Lehtomäki a bit far. She finds circle 2.
And now we see the forehand. Let's see how it plays out. It seems like you have a lot of room on the left side.
Nesse aims to the left, and as it usually happens, you just don't have guts enough to challenge the left side really, and the disc leaves her hand a bit early, fades to the right.
Yes, fades to the right a bit early. Could be in the circle 1, but there's some branches. Okay, this is looking a bit long actually. Well, it's out there. You have a clean look for the birdie. And we are still looking at the FPO coverage, but I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit because it seems like the wind is totally down, and the scoring opportunities are gonna be there very good for the MPO players.
Next weekend. So they were meant to go from here to there, but somehow
it does seem so.
The deal between Finnish Nationals and MTG was somehow cancelled recently, a few days ago. So
I mean, you're ending on a high note anyway.
A cool place to
Last year, the par on this course for the FPO was 63. And it hasn't been changing as much. For the pin locations have been moved a bit, but the par is still the same. It is 63 for the FPO. Ida Milenese forced to lay up there on 10th. The course record from last year was 8 down, and it was from Silva Saarinen, sharing the course record with Evelina Salonen. They both played an 8 down round last year. That the jump putt for the birdie. Misses right. And Lehtomäki now. That blue mark on the ground is the Circle 2's edge for the FPO basket. So this is about 13 to 14 meters. Slight uphill, Lehtomäki misses short left. Saarinen putting very high, skips on top of the basket, doesn't get the birdie.
Not happy with the result. I think it was quite easy putt actually. It's half of the round, there should be not too much pressure, and it's quite secured green, so there's no surprising winds there.
Saarinen saves the par, stays bogey free. Nesse also saves the par, although she already has 2 single bogeys and 1 double bogey on her card. Tätte takes the par with Lehtomäki. So par frame for the first card on hole 10. Jennifer Smiley. Tee of 14 gets through the gap and from the right side of the second one, that is a lucky shot. And she knows it. That is one of the toughest tee shots on the course. Now back to tee of 12. Togias Maniste from Estonia. 115 meters downhill, par 3. This looks good for Togias Maniste. Skips short of the pin and gets a green flag. Tee of 18. Jenni Karppinen. 2 under round. At this point she has a triple bogey and a double bogey on her card. So ways to improve for tomorrow. Unfortunately now goes out of bounds of the tee. Those hay bales on the green of 18 mark the inbounds island.
That was really well done, straight at it.
That was Anni Mäkelä there, and now we have Netta Leppäaho. A tough back 9 for her. Now finds the island barely. She's putting for birdie.
Barely, indeed. Very good position to continue in the tournament. Couple of very bad holes, double bogeys on the back 9. But still looking at the birdie to get 2 under.
Saarinen tee of 11. If you hit this fairway early with an edge, you most probably get a big flare skip upwards. And if you have a powerful shot, you might still get distance and go towards the opening on the high left side. That doesn't actually work out with Silva Saarinen. Now Lehtomäki on the tee. The short dogleg par 4, 128 meters. And she hits a tree but goes forward, and that is a great kick.
Yeah, very favorable. I was looking at like, is she going to go clear? Is she going to clear the trees? Because this hole screams to me that throw a very powerful hyzer and make the gap all the way.
And Nesse goes from the early gap actually.
Yeah, actually the
side.
spot seems to be quite okay.
Yeah. The basket for the FPO though, it's on the left straight after the gap, so it's not an easy approach from there, but if the disc leaves your hand early, you are still maybe able to get to the opening. That goes actually a bit long, which is not bad at all considering the basket placement for them. And Smiley under the bucket for the birdie.
Lucky to hit the pole because that still had some power on it.
Togias Manniste. Oh no! No, settle down. Still in play. That is a big mistake, and that's why these slopey greens can trick you. If you don't make the putt and you hit the cage, there are several places on this course where you might get roll away, even a roll away to out of bounds. Togias Manniste for par. And this time it settles down, but that's a three putt green for Togias Manniste. And Silva, a very tricky upshot. Yeah. Judges the power needed very well, so she doesn't go long, which is really easy on this kind of a pin location. Finds the circle and 6 meters away.
Seems like Silva is still the only player going bogey free for the first round. We see Jennifer Smiley. She has one double bogey. That's the only mistake she's done, and Kaidi Alsalu one bogey too.
Lehtomäki throwing 2, just outside the bullseye for her birdie. That will be Lehtomäki's 4th birdie today and ends the 4-hole par stretch. And Smiley there takes the birdie, moves back to 3 down for the day. Tätte looking straight towards the sun shining behind those light clouds on the sky, finds the bullseye. And Nesse actually opts for the forehand. Interesting choice. Let's see how it plays out. Oh, that's a cut roll.
Yeah, that's trouble. Oh, she was so much... okay, now it makes sense. Can't throw a hyzer that's going so quickly to left. I mean a backhand hyzer.
And Nesse will be the first one putting.
Still doable though.
Nesse finds the rim, but not any chains. Nesse has had multiple putts too low already this round.
That is actually true, yeah. But still not like big mistakes at all. So no blowouts.
Silva Saarinen for birdie. 6 down through 12 holes.
Casual.
Lehtomäki to go 2 down. Easy peasy. Nesse has had 7 putts from C2, only one of them cashing on hole 2. And only 3 putts from C1X, so she practically hasn't been putting from circle 1 that much this round, but picking those discs from bullseye after a long look for the birdie or the par, just not able to connect. And Leppäaho gets the birdie. 2 down for the day for Netta Leppäaho.
I hope you're enjoying Turku Open coverage. I have a good deal for you for prodigystore.eu for all kinds of sweet discs. With code PAJU30 you can get minus 30% just this weekend, so go shopping.
If you design, if you test, if you manufacture, there is only one technology partner you need. TriMet Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMetGroup.com.
The discovery of electricity, the first flight, democracy, splitting the atom, computers, modern medicine, space travel, and of course, the Royal Line from Latitude 64.
Now that Hauk Design has landed in Europe, I can see that this is the start of a whole new chapter, getting to design courses on properties that are unlike anything we've ever done before. And we are very excited about doing more in Europe.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
The First Available Research Ultiworld Disc Golf Fandom Survey is now open. Now in its 4th year, with many new questions, the survey is better than ever. This is your chance to share your opinions as a member of our awesome disc golf community with questions about players, media, discs, and so much more. Results from the survey will be published in Ultiworld this off-season. The survey is only open for a limited time, so scan the QR code or go to discgolfsurvey.com to take it now and let your voice be heard.
Welcome back to Disc Golf Network with the action on the FPO Round 1 Turku Open 2025. Togias Männistö, tee of 13. And turns too much over. That is on the right side trees.
Let's go.
In the basket for Togias Maniste. That was for par, so she wasn't able to get a long birdie from the right side. Saves the par though from Circle's Edge. Now tee of 12, one of the most interesting holes on the course in my perspective.
That is true. Silva Saarinen leading the bunch, going bogey free. This is probably the only hole where you have to go over the OB the long way. So like we saw just a moment ago, if you throw it OB on the right side, you have to pretty much re-tee. So instant big penalty.
Yep. Silva lucky with the ground play there. Doesn't roll anywhere but towards the basket. She's in the circle. The amount of trust you have to have on your capabilities and your disc on this tee.
That's true, because you have to kind of throw it straight at it and to turn it over just a little bit. So that's going to be probably just a bit short. That's, yeah. Because you can't like swipe it too wide from the right because there's the bushes. Yeah, very interesting hole. Very challenging.
Lehtomäki hits the Guardians before the green. On the left, stays in bounds. Long birdie look coming up. How about that? Oh, and this is trouble.
Come on, get lucky.
No. In the trees, drops down out of bounds.
So that means the bogey will be a tough task, and the double bogey is the likely result.
Neste.
That's how you do it. Yes, nicely done. I'm just thinking about what if you have a headwind on this hole? what you gonna do? That would be so tough.
Here's that. One more time. Rolls towards the pin.
Keep on going.
I'm gonna toss it down to Andrew. Andrew, you're on the tee of 12. It seems like it's somewhat downhill. How much do you feel like the downhill shot actually makes it through to your mind when you're throwing from the tee? How does it affect your decisions on the tee?
It's very much downhill. I'm not sure what the camera shows for the broadcast, but yeah, it's quite downhill steadily all the way. You really have to match the disc angle with that downslope to make sure you get the flight that you're looking for, and you need to. It's quite tricky to get it to fade right at the right time. You know, there's those guardian trees to hook around at the very end, and you get punished quite severely if you don't get that fade. So it's easy to kind of like put too much hyzer on it for the righty backhand player. It's a really beautifully designed hole, I would say. One of my favorites out here, most definitely.
Thank you, Andy. Now on the green, Lehtomäki for the birdie. She's about 15 meters away still. Just a bit short. Is that a Pizza Lab disc in Ida Lehtomäki's bag?
Oh, I didn't notice that.
That was a cool one. It might have been one. Saarinen putting for birdie to go 7 down through 12. She's just on right now. That is high and right, but it drops down for the birdie. Silva says nope. That 8 down is nothing.
Exactly, doing the work. Not the perfect putt though, but that's how it goes. You just have to be good enough on the putting green.
That saves the bogey. After the second tee shot with a penalty, rolls towards the bucket and saves the 4. Nesse. Now that is high enough. That is a birdie for the Norwegian. That is her second birdie of the day, and she's now 2 over par. Lehtomäki putting for par. Oh, high and right once again. Stays in.
Scared me a little bit, but like I said, it's in. That counts.
And it helps if you hit the right side high with the hyzer angle. These Prodigy baskets, if you hit with the disc flat high right, there is a really slim possibility for it to stay in. But those hyzer putts, they have a bigger chance.
Yeah, the change catch is better.
Look at this leaderboard, man. Silva Saarinen doing big things on the course.
We also can see which countries are represented in the tournament quite well. Finnish, Estonians and US players all the way through in the top 10.
Kaiti Alsalu, solo second place, 3 strokes behind Silva Saarinen, representing the name sponsor of the event, Prodigy Discs. Deanne Carey tied 9th place, also with Prodigy. Tinja Väisänen on the course also. Talking about Kaiti. Here she is, hole 14, just a moment to go. Just short to the pin. She still has a little low ceiling putt. We're flying over this hole 13, par 3, 84 meters, slight uphill and to the left after these Guardians.
Exactly. Seems a bit like a quite simple hole, but sometimes you think about too much going straight at the basket. So just a straight shot on this one will be enough. That will get you the 5 meters. Just like here. Trying to get it very close to the target and hitting some trees in the before the target. I guess that's going to be like 12 meters. And there's also some room on the right side to swing the hyzer in.
Neste.
Same mistake as with Silva.
Lehtomäki now has a chance with a solid shot to put some pressure to Saarinen and the others.
Somehow I feel that this shot is bread and butter for Ida. We'll see.
It turns. Can it navigate through? And she's under the bucket.
Called it.
Yep.
Yeah, that was really good. Getting the... Let's see how the scores look. 2 down at the moment. That will be 3 down. Yeah, getting into a position for the upcoming days.
Tatte gets subtle turn. Can she get through? And that's too short. Silva Saarinen made a huge putt last year in Turku Open on the left side of those trees with a low ceiling. As we take a look at this, Ida Lehtomäki's shot from the tee once again. Just a perfect shot. Slight turn.
Yeah, not thinking about too much of the power that she puts on the disc. Just keep it on the correct height and throw it kind of hard. That's the easiest way to make the disc actually go straight and not fade too early. There's some OB behind the target, but it's so much higher than the basket. It's not that much in the play.
As we see, Togesman is the TO14. I'm gonna toss it down to Andrew once again. Andrew, it seems like we are not in the early autumn rainy morning anymore. Is this a summer or what is this? We have sunshine and the jackets are coming off on the course.
Yes, indeed. The weather has changed dramatically down here on the ground. Sun has come out, and with all that moisture on the ground, it's lifting quite quickly and causing a lot of humidity. Everybody was dressed up in a lot of layers. They've had to shed those layers now, and there's absolutely no wind, so it's perfect scoring conditions, and the gallery is quite strong, I would say. I think all this media attention in Finland because of the World Championships has really inspired a lot of people to, check out what's going on. It seems like there's a lot of people who are new to the scene, and I've been told that there's a lot of interest from the community about what's happening here following that World Championship. So yeah, they're in for a treat with the weather and with the quality of play, silver shredding. It's pretty exciting moments down here on the ground. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Andy. Emilia Nesse hitting a huge putt, and now Silva Saarinen stretching on the knee. Can she get a birdie? No, she hits a branch. That was huge from Nesse.
That was really well done. And weight shifting was impressive because that was so much uphill and the straddle was very, very wide. It was kind of an advanced putting technique from there.
Tatte, she has a branch going straight into her ear while she's putting. That's a high stay. Yep, it does. So Lehtomäki not able to get a stroke from the Norwegian, but she's able to get a stroke from Silva Saarinen. And there will no longer be 5 strokes between Saarinen and Lehtomäki, but 4.
Also Ida, Emilia and Nesse getting 2 birdies in a row now. Let's see if we can see a turkey on the next hole.
Saarinen still bogey free, 7 down through 13. These out of bounds lines here in Turku this year, they're really tight, and it's really something else that Saarinen doesn't have any troubles whatsoever. I'm gonna need a breather. Silva Saarinen leading the tournament over Kaiti Alsalo with 2 strokes. We'll be right back on the network.
Great news! UPlay and the PDGA share a mission to provide education and support for healthier lifestyles through the sport of disc golf. By joining the PDGA, your membership dollars are directly at work for these amazing programs, introducing and producing disc golf players all over the world. Support our programs by joining the PDGA or donating here.
Hi everyone, I'm Katrina Allen on behalf of Team DGA. We're going to talk to you today about the release of my Typhoon in the Atmos plastic. First reaction to the Atmos Typhoon, it has the dome of the Protos, it has the grip of the First Flights, but these are a little stiffer and I think they're prettier. That flies so good. In addition to the Typhoon, we're also releasing the Sonar and the Quake in the ultra premium Atmos plastic.
Saarinen finds the chains. She gets it. This is Silva's 8th birdie today. Oh my gosh.
What a great shot.
And your first time major champion, Silva Saarinen.
Legends built it. The next generation is elevating it.
dominant team in disc golf history just got deeper. World champions, record breakers, the future of the game, united under one banner. This isn't just competition, it's a legacy in motion. This is the next chapter. Discraft, built for flight.
Success is not linear. It takes time and it takes belief. A belief that there is no ceiling and that the bar can always rise higher. A belief that if you set your sights to the horizon, the future will meet you there. That no matter who you are or what you've done, there's always something to prove. Disc golf was built on the backs of people who dream. And out here, what started as a dream is now a decade-long catalyst that turns dreams to moments. In our 10th season, we invite you to join us as we celebrate this beautiful game and all the moments that make it great. Catch all the action, all season long, live on the Disc Golf Network.
What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
I hope you're enjoying Turku Open coverage. I have a good deal for you. For prodigystore.eu for all kinds of sweet discs with code PAJU30 you can get minus 30% just this weekend, so go shopping.
And welcome back to the action on Disc Golf Network. At this point we have a beautiful day going on. We had some rain earlier in the morning. We also had a weather delay for about 2.5 hours, if I'm not mistaken. Silva Saarinen leading the tournament, 7 down through 13. Magnificent round going on for Saarinen. For the course record is made by her and Evelina Salonen last year, which is 8 down, 55 strokes. The par is 63 on this layout. (2,214 meters) this year for the FPO. Last year it was about 160 meters longer, so it's a shorter course today. We have an important announcement for you guys. We have the 2025 Fandom Survey brought to you by First Available Research and Ultiworld Research. You can let your voice be heard, and you should visit discgolfsurvey.com, that is discgolfsurvey.com, and share your thoughts on players, media, the gear and more. So the survey is open for a limited time. Make your voice heard and help shape the future of the sport. One thing I like the survey is that you can choose how long of a survey you want to have. Is it 5 minutes you have time, or 10 minutes, or as long as it takes to fill in every detail of the survey. Jennifer Smiley on 17th saves the par. Currently tied third with 3 down round, 1 double bogey, 5 birdies and all the rest up pars. Here's Chinstead for bogey. And we have some highlights coming up on your screen right now from this round 1. Some big putts, almost throw-ins, and look at the conditions where we started this day after the break.
Exactly. It was challenging for the first couple of holes and for other groups after the delay. And think about Silva still going bogey free, even though they had to play in the tightest OBs in the rain in the beginning.
Ida Emilie Nesse giving us multiple highlights already this round. Finds the green on hole 3, like Ida Lehtomäki did. We also had a chain out from Nesse further on the course. This shot from Lehtomäki was the best possible outcome of the tee of 3. Henna Blomroos finds her way on the 5th, takes the hyzer gap. You can go straight or you can go from the left side with a turnover. Really demanding shot there. We saw at least Ali Smith trying to go from the left side. Lehtomäki, she's been on with her putter, continuing where she left off last weekend at the Disc Golf World Championships. Silva Saarinen not quite able to give it her best last weekend in the Worlds, but now today she's hot again with the putter off the tee. And
Yeah.
she's also able to scramble if needed.
Exactly. I would say no mistakes at all so far. Putting's been normal on Silva's level, and some small bad breaks on the drives. And here was a very close ace. The branch adjusted the line just a little bit, so missed the ace by a little bit.
Great highlights from today. We're gonna have plenty more. This is a highlight of itself. Silva Saarinen's card from today, 7 birdies and all the rest are pars. A dream way to navigate yourself through Luolavuori disc golf course. And Silva Saarinen is leading the field in all of these stats. C1, C2 in regulation, Scramble 100, and just remarkable job brought to you by Paragon Disc Golf Stats.
Yeah, no OBs. That's very important on these kind of courses.
Togias Manistead, tee of 15, finds the circle. Great shot. And now tee of 18, Jennifer Smiley. Coming all the way from Ashburn, Virginia. Turns a bit, finds the island. Very well done off the tee. Looking at the birdie. She's facing a left to right crosswind. And now one of the most demanding and intimidating tee shots off the course. 14 with Ida Lehtomäki.
Very close puring the line. Luckily hit the last one, so should be able to continue the game from there quite easily.
very easy to find out of bounds left if you hit anything in this gap. Nesse on the tee. Needs to turn. She goes through the tree guarding the fairway, lands safe, and that is actually very fine. She has a hyzer to approach the basket. The fairway slopes from right to left all the way. Saarinen, oh. First kick, horrible. Second kick, very fine. And she's in the trees on the right, and that is not a good spot to be. That is, I would argue, that's a par at best. There is no way she can get to the basket from there.
Yeah, I think so too. But luckily, still no OBs. Is that it? Yes.
Yeah.
That cleared the gap perfectly.
Saarinen had a small slip on the tee actually there. We're gonna get another look of that. Yeah. Not a huge slip, but it might have affected her throw. We're talking milliseconds when we analyze these throws and the line the disc leaves towards the fairway.
That is true. And to me, it actually looks like she's playing it safe with the tee pads. So the feet movement is a little bit different than normally.
Yeah, this is not good at all for Saarinen. She needs this in the middle even to save the par. Gets through. Oh, settle down. That is not good.
Okay. From a full forest to the next bush, but still no OB. So I guess the par is still in the play.
It is in play. She doesn't have a run-up, which doesn't actually concern her. As we see, Togias Manniste taking the birdie on 15. Great job from her. But Silva has to actually stretch outwards from the tree, which she's hugging with the disc.
Exactly. But the whole measures for the FPO 135 meters, 443 feet. She should be actually already quite close.
She's about 55 meters off the pin, I would argue. So if she gets a clean release, she has all the chances to get to the pin. That second shot from Silva was the most awkward one. That was a really difficult one, but she made it good. Kaiti Alsalo, fairway of 16. Another signature hole of the course where we will get at with our first feature card in just a moment. Lehtomäki gets through and she has hyzer. This needs to hold and settle down. Finds the trees and she's circle two's edge. Might still be a layup territory, left to be seen.
So she is able to see the basket from there, and maybe I have said this a couple of times before, maybe in previous years, but to have a forehand in situations like this would be just so much easier. Just straddle out and you have all the options.
Silva in the air. And now she's faced with an 18-meter putt for par.
Yeah. It starts to smell more and more of the first bogey for her.
And Silva is not the type of a layup play.
Yeah, and I don't think she would have to from that position. She's not looking at the target downhill. So she should be pretty much in a level with the target. So it's not that dangerous, actually.
Kaiti Alsalu, the disc leaves her hand early and too flat. Nesse, high forehand, needs to settle down. He does. She doesn't quite get the distance to the pin. As we see Katie Tatte measuring the distance, Andrew, you're on the course. How would you measure the putt for Lehtomäki and Saarinen coming out? That's almost Circle 2's edge, correct?
Yeah, I would say they're deep in C2. Silva has a window, just a little bit, one branch kind of cross, but she'll be able to get under it and give it a good run. I'd give her a pretty good chance. I mean, I'd pick her over just about anybody in the world to make that putt. Ida, I couldn't exactly see precisely where she is from my position, but I also trust her on the green quite a lot. She's been showing a ton of skills, and we'll have to see, I guess, when we get up there if she's feeling it. But I would say Silva is going to definitely give this a go. Green light all day. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Andy. Green light reflecting on the course. The colors are bright and the sun is nearly there. The clouds are moving towards the middle part of the country as we are in the most southern western point of our nation. Saarinen now for par, and that is a layup.
Yeah, that was a layup. I guess there would have been some kind of a chance to give it a run to like some nose-up floater, but that's not actually Silva's putting style at all.
So 3 out of 3 commentators wrong about what Silva Saarinen was doing. But she's playing golf and she's taking the bogey, the easy bogey, so to say. And the low ceiling was actually more on her way than anticipated. Now, Nesse also makes a layup play there. How about Lehtomäki? Does she have something? This is for birdie. This would give her 2 strokes off of Saarinen. Very soft bid if that was one. That might also just be a layup.
Yeah, can't tell.
So that's gonna be bogey for Saarinen, and Tatte takes a very important birdie. 2 great shots and an easy birdie has the trophy. Lehtomäki tapping in the par. Saarinen back to 6 down for the tournament and for the round. Another basketball putt for Ali Smith. Green of 15. And Su-Mei Yang taps in the par. Mother of Jackie Chen. She's traveling with her son. Played the Worlds last week and then now made her way to Turku Open. And she's actually 60 years old already, and she usually plays the age-protected divisions. But of course we don't have that as a possibility in Turku Open, so she plays the Open division. I'm so glad to have her here, and all the others coming from abroad. Silva Saarinen, 1 stroke lead over Kaiti Alsalu. And we are flying through hole 15, par 3, 93 meters downhill.
This looks like a very nice shot to throw. Enjoyable hole. I like it. It shouldn't be that hard. I guess the gap can be a bit smaller than it looks on the coverage, but the OB line is relatively far from the target, so this is kind of a normal shot for the players.
Katie Tatte with the birdie on hole 14 opens up the game for the first feature card. Needs to get straight. And very similar spot to Tokias Männistö.
Yes, nicely done.
For the fellow Estonian, both of them doing very fine on this 15th. Neste. Go in. No, that's far and misses right. The height was there.
The height was there. We were actually able to see the base for the FPO target, so it was actually even past that. And there is a relief area right after the tee pad, so if a player throws there, they don't have to continue there, but they neither get a penalty for it.
Lehtomäki, left side. And Silva Saarinen, the lone bogey for the feature card on hole 14. Slight crosswind from right to left. Finds the edge of the green. The top leaderboard at the moment, we have 5 Finnish players, 3 Estonians and 2 United States competitors, and they are spread out quite evenly. Interesting.
Yeah, it seemed like Silva was charging and going her own way, but only one bogey and a couple of more birdies for the other players, and it's getting tighter.
We have Andrew Gum down on the course with Seppo Paju, the course designer himself. Let's throw it down to them and see how they're doing.
Seppo, tell us a little bit about the course design this year.
We mainly kept it the same as last year. We did some changes for the FPO, like hole 6. We lengthened it by 21 meters. Last year it was just the spike hyzer. This year players have to do much more sweeping, longer hyzer, but not like big major changes this year. Some OBs have gotten a little tighter, and actually the FPO layout I made a little bit shorter because I looked at the stats, and most holes played over par compared to the FPO, where most holes played under par. So I wanted to make that gap a little more even.
Yeah, it looks really good. Finland just hosted the World Championships last year. You had the first elite Disc Golf Pro Tour event here. As a Finn, what does it feel like to hold these highest level events in the world?
It's awesome. It's a privilege. And the World Championships means a lot to Turku Open too this year, because we have a lot of the top players, and that was one of the big things why we wanted to have it right here, because we knew that most of the best players would be in Finland already, so we would have a lot of them, and I'm lucky to see that a lot of them showed up.
All right, we'll keep it short, but thanks for the insights there, and keep up the great work.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew and Seppo on the course. Lehtomäki finds the green. Her C2 look hits some branches though. Now Nessa coming back for birdie. Again a bit long. And that's a tap in par from 3 meters. Now Saarinen has a chance to get that bogey off her card with the birdie here. 9.5 meters. She's just on it.
Seems so easy for her. Like that was just a little bit of wind there. Open green, so you actually don't know what the wind does to your disc. And that was on the circle's edge. It seems like there's no issues for her.
There was a bit left, but low enough for the cage to catch the disc. That decarts the birdie. So 2 birdies and 2 pars. That is if Lehtomäki and Nesse both get their short putts in the bucket. Lehtomäki does well. Hole 15 playing as the second easiest hole at the moment for the day. Only one topping that is hole number 11, the par 4 with dogleg left uphill. We already have like 50% of the field birding that hole, so that is clearly the easiest, playing 0.36 strokes under par. This hole 16 where Togias Maniste is currently throwing her 4th. This is the second hardest hole through the day. And no wonder when we get to the tee. That tee shot is, I would argue, the most demanding on the course.
I agree with you. And this is the hole 16 is my favorite hole. There's all the aspects for a perfect hole in there.
Kaiti Alsalu putting for birdie on 17. She gets it. And there she goes. She's holding the solo second place. We're going to have a short break on the network and we'll be right back.
At the Paul Macbeth Foundation, we're obsessed with one thing: making disc golf more accessible to people around the world. But here's the thing, we can't do this alone. This September 20th, we're trying something massive. It's called Throw for More. Here's how it works. You get sponsors, play as much disc golf as you can, and every hole brings the sport to someone new. UDisc believes in what we're doing so much, they're donating 10 cents for every single round played that day. Your rounds on September 20th, they count. Register at throwformore.com.
We are outside.
We are together.
Oh my!
We are healthy.
We are inclusive. Smile, smile. You are playing disc golf.
PDGA Europe.
Smile.
Have you tried the Prodigy Pivot? It's a new putter, it's really straight and really glidey. It's great for putting and great for throwing. And you can shop them at prodigystore.eu with minus 30% now, just for this weekend with code PAJU30.
Boom.
So, go shopping.
And welcome back everybody to Turku Open 2025. We have 3 holes to go for the first feature card, and we have crunch time on the network, brought to you by 1010discs.com, and they are providing these last 3 holes without any commercials whatsoever. We're gonna stay on the broadcast for the action left to unfold with the FPO players. Silva Saarinen leading the day, 7 down through 15, 1 single bogey for her from hole 14. Visiting Kaiti Alsalu, the second place holder, tee of 18, the island hole marked by hay bales. Oh, and that is right. Does it hyzer? Barely. It barely does.
Barely does. And the end result is actually good. I guess there's a little bit right to left wind, so maybe she was playing on that. And to check out the back nine, 1, 2, 3, 4. If she's going to make that, that's going to be 5 birdies and 1 bogey, getting her up to the second place.
Sonja Laine, 6 over par today, not quite her day, and she gets into the island, tickles the hay bales on the right. Deanne Carey. They are playing on the 4th card with Kaira Tekku being the 4th player. Deanne, this is high right, but it's too short. Too high, so she doesn't get the distance. It might be right to left tailwind, kind of a crossing tailwind. Here's Tekku. Started her day solid, 2 pars, 1 birdie. After that, only pars, bogeys, and a double bogey also. So she's 6 over par at this moment.
So it seems like there's a little bit of a backup on the hole 16, so they have some time to check scores, maybe something else funny, hanging around, enjoying their time.
It is a zero surprise to me that we have a backup on hole 16.
Yeah, it seems that way. It's a tough and long hole. Usually those holes play quite slow because players struggle there a little bit. But it is part of the game. Sometimes you just have to wait for a moment and don't let it affect your game.
We're gonna fly through this hole 16, a magnificent view of the tee.
Absolutely. What I like about the hole is that it has everything. It has a nice different kind of trees, elevation change, and then when we get to the open, it has this boulder on the left side and nice grass area in the center. This is everything that a perfect disc golf hole needs.
And it is actually, it has been for many years, the permanent hole number 1. So you start your day with this kind of a hole. The tee pad is actually a new one. The earlier tee pad was on the left, low side left, and it was kind of a forehand flex shot for the power forehand throwers. But now the low ceiling comes in play once again as we step on this tee with Keiti Tätte.
We're probably gonna see very low shots that which they hope to get a forward skip from the ground. Okay, that's a little bit turned over, but okay, actually looks like a quite difficult place.
And it seems like she made the mandatory well. There is a mandatory stick about 3-4 meters behind her disc, behind her lie, and the mandatory, you have to take it from the left. Saarinen, oh, that's low left.
Let's see what happens. Okay, definitely not a place where you want to throw. But I guess it's should be quite easy bogey maybe par is out of the play already. Oh, same mistake there. In the middle though. Very good kicks. So there's a little bridge right in the beginning of the hole, and I'm thinking like you could actually throw a driver downhill and hit the ground right after that, and that would just slide all over the all the way to the end.
Lehtomäki pierces the first gap, hyzers a bit to the left. Almost.
Not a perfect shot, but still best of the bunch.
As these players start their walk towards the disc, we are going to visit the pin of 18 with Kaiti Alsalu for birdie. And there it is. Very, very well done. 6 down with 2 bogeys.
Yeah, nicely done after... Okay, started it like... yeah, for the back 9. We didn't see her on the leaderboard. I mean, she was there, but not in the top 3. And now getting the birdies in later round puts her in the lead card for tomorrow.
Her place is most definitely there in the lead card for tomorrow. As we see these upshots on hole 18, I'm gonna toss it down to Andrew Gum. Andrew, it seems like our players didn't find the relief zone on the fairway. Could you give our viewers some perspective and the rules? How would you play if you hit this relief zone on the fairway?
Yeah, certainly. I believe they put that relief zone there because it's kind of a swampy area, like a bit of a drainage ditch. When heavy rain comes, the water filters down through there, and so it's maybe just for safety, for footing. But as far as the rule goes, it plays exactly like OB. You take it the last place it crossed in the inbounds area, and then you can have your meter in any direction from that, but with no penalty. So just for clarification in the future of these rounds, if you see somebody ends up in that area, it's where they last passed in, and then they'll take their life from there, but without a penalty. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Andy. Emilie Nesse again giving us a highlight. Standstill shot through the gap, almost pierces every single tree. Settles close to that tee pad in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, even though she didn't make it to the open, that's gonna be a very good spot for the upshot.
Silva Saarinen finds a gap size of a letterbox, should I say, and goes through, and she's on the fairway with her second.
That's true. So now we are... It's interesting to see how the last holes play out, because now we are looking at the third and fourth spot for the lead card tomorrow. Obviously Silva can get some bogeys, but she's pretty secure with the lead card spot already.
As it stands right now, 17 is playing as the third easiest hole on the course, 18 playing in the middle of the pack. But this number 16, this is really, really tough, playing 0.71 strokes over par. We only have 1 birdie, and that is from Jenni Karppinen. Togias managed the tee of 18.
It seems the wind is picking up just a bit, but seems to be a tailwind, so nothing too hard to manage. Yeah, nicely done there. Only thing is that just that throw it high enough. Don't let the wind push it down before the hay bales.
Now this needs to be a perfect shot to save the par. This is now third for Silva Saarinen already. Going high.
Yeah, it was pretty far from the target, but still very good shot.
19 meters for Silva Saarinen to save the par. Henna Blomroos even for the day, T of 17. That's a very flippy mid-range. Oh, what a nasty roll backwards. Keiti Tätte. Throwing 3. This needs to travel.
Does it fade in time?
It certainly does.
Nicely done from there.
3.5 meters for the pin.
Here we also see that they have to throw over the little bump before the target, so it gets kind of a tough to calculate the angle and where you want the fade to come in. But she did it just fine.
Now Togias managed the headwind. An 8-meter putt coming up for the birdie on 18. To go 4 down. I don't know many players who putt with the bullfrog, but that is in, and that is a great birdie, and Togias managed to finishes her round 4 down.
That was very good putt. It seemed like the wind didn't affect the putt in any way.
Seemed very confident. She had a couple of those 3-putt greens, I believe, today, but she did well and got the birdies from 17 and 18, both of them. Lehtomäki very far off the tee, and she covers her face with her hands after that upshot, so she might not be happy with that pitch up.
Probably hit something, and you know, when you take the putt in the middle of the fairway, you expect it to actually be in the perfect place after that. So even a little miss is very disappointing.
Nesse has a very stable approach disc in her hand, plays the right side and skips into the bullseye. That is disc control at its finest.
Exactly. Threw it very low actually, but she knew that it's gonna drop right after the little bump there and got the fade in.
Okay, yeah, I can understand the frustration now.
Yeah, that's annoying. That's annoying. You played it safe and this is what you get.
How do you throw from here?
I would throw either a forehand or some kind of patent pending. Let's see if she is able to make a normal throw, because those trees are very close. Yeah, a bit soft. That's the only way to throw from there. If you're throwing a backhand, normal backhand.
Outside the circle, I wonder how is she able to stop her hand completely with that kind of a shot. And she's throwing to the cross headwind uphill, and there's out of bounds on the right, so one might imagine take something super flippy in hyzer and just let it glide. No, not possible, for you are risking the out of bounds.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, a friend told me I have never done that mistake myself, and that not a possibility. Just heard that. So Silva Saarinen just inside C2, as I can see. This one for par. That fades with the wind, and she has a comebacker for bogey. How about Lehtomäki?
Now this is not too far, and it's just a bit downhill, so the distance is manageable. Let's see. Looks good.
Yeah. Very close. But not in, and that's gonna be a bogey with an errant mistake from Lehtomäki.
Yeah, it was the one part that yeah, that was a bad result, and she feels that.
So Lehtomäki will be dropping down to 2 under par for the day. Silva Saarinen 6 down if she takes the single bogey here. She will be then tied with Kaiti Alsalu. Saarinen saves the bogey high center. Lehtomäki now for bogey. Gets it done.
She's very efficient from that distance. No chance of missing, or at least it feels and seems that way.
Katie Tätte. Tätte misses the basket from the right.
Yeah. I have felt some stress on the putting green for her today, and here she misses one, airballs one, and there's still a comebacker, pretty much the same distance.
She gets the bogey. What I can see both from Lehtomäki and Tätte, they both do just one of these movements without the disc towards the basket as their preparation, and then they go for the putt. I really like that.
Yeah, very controlled and not too much of a movement there.
Tee of 18, Ali Smith. At this point, even par for the day. Oh, and hits the cage with the skip. Rolls down to the hay bales, but she's in bounds. We're rolling back that Zuka replay for Ali Smith, almost giving us a skip ace. Flying over hole 17, and the flyover is brought to you by flightfactorydiscs.com.
So usually this would be a forehand hole, but a lot of the FPO players like to throw the backhand, and the critical thing is to land it pretty flat. So if you throw it when it's still turning, it's gonna roll down pretty much every time. This is looking good.
Another beautiful shot from Nesse. Finds the bullseye.
Exactly.
Perfect landing. Tätte. 92 meters, and that is not turned.
Yeah, that was something much more unstable, but she didn't. There was too much hyzer on the release. I feel like the optimal way would be to throw something a bit more stable in an anhyzer straight away, and just to let it kind of die in the end.
This is low for Saarinen. I want to get a cut roll. Actually settles down 10 meters. And now Ida Lehtomäki. With a solid shot here, she could still make her way to the lead card for tomorrow. This is turning enough. Hits the trees.
That was a good kick. Probably has to look for the birdie.
3 bogeys and 1 par for the lead card, the first feature card on hole 16. Only 1 birdie on that hole. Today goes to Jenni Karppinen, the first card to tee off today. Here's once again Ida Emilie Nesse, the current European disc golf junior champion.
You can see it flexing out here and no chance of cut rolling back. I guess she was throwing maybe a mid-range or some kind of a fairway, but that's the optimal way to go.
Basically the same as in Norway. Because I'm finished with my first.
Now, Pasi, you have been following the Disc Golf Pro Tour Europe for this season, and of course 2 seasons past while we've had these shows on the Disc Golf Network. How do you feel about the young guns on the FPO and on the MPO coming to the scene with a bang?
Disc golf is changing. That's the key point. They see the current best players on YouTube. They can try different things and they can come up with new kind of techniques. So throwing techniques and styles are gonna change a lot in the upcoming years. Good example is right here in our card, the 15-year-old playing on the top level already in the world.
And she's only been playing for a few years, and she found this sport through the gymnastic lessons in her school.
That's very good to hear. That's been our goal, to grow the sport in Finland.
Saarinen challenges the chains on the right, and this time it doesn't catch. Saarinen has had a couple of those putts to the left, to the right, and then somehow still getting the disc in the buckets. Not this time though.
Now let's see if the branch is on her way. This isn't that far, maybe like 7-2. Yeah, looks like 7 meters.
Lehtomäki has a look for the birdie to go 3 down. In the basket.
Nicely done.
Yeah, the first camera angle gave us nothing about those branches, but she had a way through them. Ida Lehtomäki is back, tied 4th with Jennifer Smiley.
So Ida is 1 birdie away from the lead card tomorrow.
Silva Saarinen tapping in the par. Nesse tapped in the birdie. Here is the top 10 at the moment. Saarinen tied with Kaiti Alsalu, 6 down for the day. And I would urge you to check out Untapped, our new partner for the 2025 season. They have a great application for both Android and Apple devices on the App Store or the Google Play Store. And you can discover thousands of beers and beer enthusiasts on the course. You can earn fun badges, and there's also a specific DGPT badge to earn in their applications. So make sure to check in and check out the beer on the course. Take a Zenny eyewear for everyone provided flyover over the hole 18, par 3, 95 meters for the FPO.
Yeah, and we've seen the tailwind here right at the moment for the previous cards. I think the best way is to throw quite high on the right side if you're a righty, right side of the target, and let it just swing and die in the end to the close to the pin. That's the way to attack the green. Oh, that's much more of a straight at it approach, but seems to almost tough luck there. Yeah, you can get a skip from the end of the island, but if you land before the target, there's no chance to skip or roll away from the green.
Lehtomäki on the tee.
There is still a chance. Yep.
Stays in bounds. She didn't like it at all.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, the line was off, but still it's quite wide. She didn't get a high skip off the grass, so she's looking at a birdie there.
Katie Tätte, even for the day, needs to hold straight, and it does, and hits the pin.
Very interesting choice. That was a mid-range and throwing it more at it, straight at it. Also, Silva's going with something a bit slower. Maybe they are actually kind of disking down because of the tailwind, so they are afraid to go long. Get up.
And Silva misses the island. Goes straight, and the disc just it just glides straight towards the right. It doesn't get a fade whatsoever. We're gonna take another look of Ida Lehtomäki, and look at her reaction on the tee.
Yeah, immediate disappointment, but it wasn't actually that bad. Landed 4 meters on the left side, but obviously wasn't what she was trying to do. So yeah, I get that.
The same disc she threw on 13 and got the turn before the Guardians on the left, and now it also got a slight turn on 18 and saved her.
That's true. Here we can see the almost ace, missing the bottom of the target.
It was right on the line, just about 70 centimeters higher. That's in.
There is a high chance that we are actually going to see an ace on this hole this weekend.
And here's the drop zone.
And now this is actually going to be interesting because Silva is putting for par and tied with Kaidi Alsalu at the moment.
So that is about 15 meters uphill for the par. Oh gosh, look at this. Well, that's a highlight. Silva Saarinen saves the par from the drop zone. Happy as ever.
Happy as ever, yeah. As always, putting is the cornerstone of her game. But honestly, tailwind and miss with the tee shot on this hole, I think she could do better.
And now Lehtomäki for the birdie. Gets the birdie, and she's 4 down. Birdie on 17 and 18 takes Lehtomäki tied with Togias Männistö 4 down through the tournament. They are holding the shared 3rd place. Nesse for bogey. She's in, ending her day 1 over par.
Yeah, cleaning up after the maybe a bit unlucky tee shot. Green, but got to skip away from there. Maybe just adjust a little bit for tomorrow, throw it a bit shorter. Also, Katie Tätte doing some work, getting the birdie on the last one.
That is a beautiful bird for Tätte. And there we go. The FPO round is done. All the FPO players have crossed the finish line for the first day out of 3. Well, Pasi Koivu with me, Esa-Pekka Tupala in the booth. We have so much to talk about this FPO round and the opening day. For now, we're gonna have a short break on the network, and after that, we're gonna head to the after show, so stay tuned.
Have you tried the Prodigy Pivot? It's a new putter, it's really straight and really glidey. It's great for putting and great for throwing. And you can shop them at prodigystore.eu with minus 30% now, just for this weekend, with code PAJU30. So, go shopping.
Hey, aren't you Anthony Barella? Yes, sir. Try out this Venom. Thanks, man. Hey, hurry up, man. You're taking forever.
Sorry, man. No 30-second rule here. What about that 100% off player discount?
The number one reason I switched from bag to cart is pretty simple. It takes weight off of my back, easier to play a course.
I realized that the cart became something I really needed when little things would happen. I'd pick up my bag and my elbow would hurt.
Using a cart decreases the bending over, the weight on my lower back.
Decide to go with Suka, and seeing that my sciatic nerve is gone and I don't need to worry. Only one thing I have to worry about to get birdie, because my Suka done it all for me.
Bend the reality of what a disc can be and discover Ultra Soft plastic. With its extreme flexibility and tackiness, Ultra Soft has the best grip and flex of any plastic Prodigy has ever made. Take on cold or wet weather with confidence behind every shot. We are excited to add 300 Ultra Soft to the lineup, which joins 400 and 500 Ultra Soft. Check out the entire collection today on ProdigyDisc.com or your local retailer.
Well, what a first day for the FPO coverage. Beautiful shots, beautiful putts, and we have a tied pairing for the lead.
That's true. 2 Estonians, 2 Finnish players. Silva was going hot for the first 13 holes. Then a couple of bogeys in the end, and Kaidi Alsalu at the same time picked up the pace, and now they're tied at the top. And also Anneli Tougias Männistö and Ida Lehtomäki just 2 behind, finishing pretty well. But there's a little bit of an improvement to see for tomorrow for all of these players.
Something similar that all of those players have in common, bogeys on 16.
That's true. Obviously, it is a hard hole, but maybe there's a chance to play it a bit more safe and go for a par there.
And the only one from those top 4 players not taking birdies on both 17 and 18 is Silva Saarinen, interestingly enough.
Yeah, that's true. And that's where she lost the lead to Kaidi, and also missing the island on the last one with relatively easy conditions. Something to look at tomorrow.
Yes. Well, we're going to have Silva in the clubhouse at the moment. We're going to hear from her how she felt after her round. So let's go there and hear her thoughts.
Silva Saarinen, you won your first Disc Golf Pro Tour event here, your first Elite Series in Europe. You also won your first A-tier here in Turku. What's it like to come back to this place?
Yeah, it's always nice to be here in Turku, and yeah, I have been here many times, and yeah, it's nice.
Lots of good memories.
Yes.
So you shot 6 down today on the opening day, which puts you in a tie for the lead. How do you feel about your round?
It was fine. I still did a bit too much mistakes, but yeah.
You had a hot start. You had a good flow going there, and then a little bit trouble in the end. What's the game plan, or how are you going to fix those mistakes for tomorrow?
I would like to hit those 2 caps, but I didn't do today.
You just had the World Championships here in Finland. Maybe it didn't go the way you wanted it, but what did it feel like to have that big event in your home country?
It was amazing. Still, it was one of my favorite events this year.
What can we expect to see from you tomorrow on the coverage?
We will see. I hope, for example, bogey free or something.
Sounds great. Good luck, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Silva Saarinen. Thank you, Andrew Gum. Well, bogey free is not impossible at all for Silva Saarinen.
Definitely not. Interesting stat there, 0% from C2, which means that she was all the time pretty much on the circle 1 edge, inside the circle 1. So very efficient putting from there. Yeah, we were rooting for the bogey free, but then the hole 14 and hole 16 got her.
So we have many unique things going on for the lead card tomorrow. Ida Lehtomäki is the only player in the lead card making perfect C1X putting today, 12 out of 12. On the other hand, Togias Männistö, sharing the 3rd place with Ida, she's the only one making C2 putts today. 3 out of her 4 C2s made 15-meter hole 1, 40-meter hole 2. That's a way to start your round. And then she had an 11-meter putt on 13 to save the par. All the other 3 not making any C2 putts today.
Yeah, this is kind of a course where you don't get that much C2 possibilities. Some courses give you those all the time, and actually getting to circle 1 is hard. But on this course, you either get to like 8 meters or you're way off. So it's kind of a different that way. So Anneli just had those opportunities and made those putts, but I think it comes to putting on the green and driving.
For the chase card tomorrow, shout out Jennifer Smiley. Seeing her on the coverage coming to Turku from Virginia, the United States, she's 3 down. She's solo 5th at the moment. We have Netta Leppäaho, Henna Blomroos and Katie Tätte with her in the chase card tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. Jennifer Smiley was very close to get her appearance for the lead card tomorrow, but then Anneli and Ida play one stroke better. But yeah, there's room for improvement for her too to probably make it to the final Sunday.
We hope the weather stays clean. And there might be some slight showers here and there, as is forecasted for tomorrow. But we hope we're going to see this kind of a bit, just slight clouds, some sunshine coming through. We have one more thing to do today, and that is the OTB shot of today. Well, we had ace runs. They hit the chains and the pin of the tee, and then we have those huge putts. What would you say would be the OTB shot of today?
Okay, I have 2 shots on my mind.
Hey, you can't have 2. You can have
okay.
1.
I have to pick one. Okay. Then it's going to be because it wasn't that close to an ace than the other one, but Anneli's shot on the last one, it was just very nice tailwind straight shot with a kind of a straight or unstable mid-range. That was very cool looking shot. I'm going to call that.
Well, I'm going to take the other one. So Ida Emilie Nesse, hole 8, I believe, hitting the branch, chaining out from the left. Let's see, only the best OTB shot of today, opening Friday for the Turku Open 2025. Drum roll, please. And I get it. So you had the ticket, 1 of the 2, and you took the bad ticket this time, Pasi. This was lucky, and this was beautiful at the same time, and the height was totally there.
Totally there. Yeah, just without that one branch, we probably would have seen an ace.
And her reaction was such a beautiful thing to see. Almost getting.
Yeah, she. So I know the feeling when you can actually see that it's tracking, and you can visualize the ace. It is an exciting moment. That's cool about disc golf.
And great to have those spectators there for the FPO round. We had 2.5 hour weather delay early this morning, and these broadcast times are valid for tomorrow. So 10:30 a.m. local time, we're gonna have the FPO tee out. And now I believe we're gonna have a 1 hour and 10-minute break, if I'm not incorrect, before the MPO starts. So about 5:50 p.m. local time is gonna be the MPO lead feature card number 1 teeing off. But tomorrow they will be teeing off 4 p.m. local time. That will be 9 a.m. for the American viewers Eastern time. We'll see you in a couple of moments on the network, and we'll be right back with the MPO coverage. See you soon.